All right, thank you. Welcome, everybody. I'll call this meeting to order. This is the second 2022 interim meeting of Joint Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources. We are speaking to you in downtown beautiful Thermopolis. And with that, I will ask staff to please call the roll.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Landon.
Here.
Senator Salazar.
Here.
Senator Schuler.
Here.
Representative Banks.
Here.
Representative Haroldson.
Here.
Representative Jennings.
Here.
Representative Knapp.
Here.
Representative Newsom. Here. Representative Sweeney.
Here.
Representative Williams.
Here.
Representative Winter.
Here.
Co-Chairman Ellis.
Present.
Chairman Flitner.
Present. Thank you, everybody. Also, I want to thank the staff of Hot Springs State Park and State Parks for the tour for joint travel this morning. I could not attend, unfortunately, but I appreciate that you put that together, and everybody I've spoken to appreciates the tour. I want to recognize Dalton Banks, who is representative-elect for House District 26. He will be me next year in the legislature, and welcome Representative-elect Banks. And with that, I have asked my Vice Chairman Newsom to please chair the meeting for the remainder of the day. So I'm going to hand things off to her.
Thank you, Chairman Flitner. Is this working? So I guess next on our agenda is Game and Fish. So we're looking for an update from Director Nesbitt on the general agency update.
Good afternoon. I don't know if I need to turn this, do I? It's good, just like it is. Everybody can hear me. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Newsom and members of the committee. Brian Nesbitt, Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I've got a few things here for an update. I looked at the agenda and the times allocated on the agenda, and I think it might be more productive. I haven't had any requests from any members of the committee, as I have had in the past, on anything that you specifically wanted to hear on. I thought I'd just give a very brief general update on state of affairs with Game and Fish, and then dive into these bills or answer any questions, talk about any particular topics that you may be interested in. So first of all, I'd say that one of our biggest concerns that was had some urgency to it here just a few months ago at our last meeting was the state of drought across our state. We're in a position where we were already had concerns about declining big game populations specifically, but also some concerns with other sensitive species like sage grouse. We've had in some parts of the state 2 years previous to this that were very dry and unseasonably dry all the way to moderate drought. And we started the year that way this year. Our numbers of our license allocation that was approved by our commission last April was decreased significantly for antelope and deer. And, going into the summer wasn't looking very good. It was looking like a repeat. We have been happy to see that in much of the state, it looks like we dodged a bullet. There was some summer moisture that came that didn't necessarily do the same things that early spring moisture would have done, but has gotten us through the summer without significant wildfires or without, having further declines, further reductions in productivity for specifically big game species across the state. So that's certainly been a good thing. We've, as far as other things that are certainly relevant to this committee that the Game and Fish Department's been engaged in is the Wildlife Task Force. We're going to talk about that significantly today. And I'll have some more updates after we talk about these two bills. In addition to that, I would say that, just in general, with regards to the Wildlife Task Force, there was, I've certainly heard from the public from all over the state. We're talking about some very contentious issues. And I've heard from a lot of members of the public in their comments on the task force. One of the things that's interesting is that a lot of folks make assumptions that the decisions of the Wildlife Task Force somehow have some meaning as far as a final decision. And so that's been a challenge we've had to really message well with the public is that the decisions of the task force are simply recommendations that go to either the legislature in this committee or to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, or in a few cases to the governor. But by and large, I've heard positive feedback. There's some folks that as soon as they understand that those decisions aren't final, they're even more, I guess, more supportive of the task force effort. We have taken on some of the most challenging wildlife management issues, specifically regarding allocation of licenses. This hasn't happened, at least in the time that I've served on the senior leadership team in the department. So with that, Madam Vice Chair, I would ask if there's anything that the committee specifically wanted an update on from Game and Fish.
Anybody have anything? I guess not. So I'm thinking we can move to the bonus point system update. And anyone else you'd like to bring up with you to take on that?
Thank you, Madam Vice
Topic.
Chair. I would ask, we've got Rusty Bell here, who's the co-chairman of the Wildlife Task Force. I'd like him to come up here, and then Sarah Dorenzo, the Game and Fish Public Information Officer. She's got some public survey information relative to this next bill. You know, I think we can approach this in a couple ways. We did give at the last meeting a pretty good overview of exactly what this bill would do. Of course, it was before it was drafted. I would say that we have been very appreciative of how closely LSOs worked with our staff on putting this bill together. We've had the opportunity to sit down side by side and go through, and it's been, we're comfortable with where this bill is right now. You know, we can provide a kind of repeat what we did last time as far as what the bill would do. Briefly, if you'd like, we also have taken the opportunity to do some public surveying to provide just to this committee. And then if it does move forward to during the general session, information on what the public thinks specifically about this concept of transitioning for moose and bighorn sheep from a preference point system to a bonus point system. So, Madam Vice Chair, I'd ask you how you would like us to proceed.
I think a brief overview of the survey and then go into the bill. And as there are questions, I would encourage the committee to ask them as we go along. And so we can take things topic by topic.
Absolutely. I will turn the mic over to Sarah Dorenzo, and she can provide you a briefing on the survey.
Vice Chairwoman, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to go over the public input survey that Game and Fish facilitated to take input on the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force recommendation to convert the current preference point system to a weighted bonus point system. You have a copy of the survey and all those materials and the summary in your packets. So the main goal of taking public input was to gauge hunters' opinions about a change from a preference point system to a weighted bonus point system. That represents a significant change to the system that we're currently operating under. And we wanted to understand more about hunters' reasons for either supporting a change or not supporting a change, and bring you those thoughts for consideration as you deliberate here today and beyond. We also wanted to raise awareness of our hunting constituency on the task force recommendations and the discussions about changing the preference point system. And so this was an informal survey. It wasn't conducted scientifically. The main goal was just to gauge public opinion and find out simply why or why not they support it if they do. And so this survey was disseminated rather broadly to the public. It was open for 6 weeks from June 20th through August 1st. We sent this out through direct emails to our hunting public, people we know who currently have preference points, and also broadly to people who may or may not have preference points now or have had them in the past. And so that represents over 500,000 people that we reached out to for their thoughts. The response was pretty robust for a survey of this nature. We received 9,973 responses, which is the most we've ever received on a public input survey conducted by Game and Fish, sort of endangered species management. So that gauge alone shows how invested and how important this topic is to the public. In addition to the survey to the survey questions themselves, we took open comments from the public to learn more about their thoughts. And we received 6,080 or 6,098 written comments on the topic. So again, very representative. So we asked some pretty simple questions. If people responding to the survey had preference points for moose or bighorn sheep, if so, how many points? And we also asked them if they were in favor of the conversion. So in the question, are you in favor of a conversion from preference points to bonus points for moose or bighorn sheep? 60% said yes, we are in favor of that. 40% said no. We wanted to find out a little bit about if we instituted a change like this, how it would impact people's thoughts or behavior when it came to buying preference points. And so we found that if a change like this went through, the public who responded said 23.7% said it would make them less likely to purchase points. 33% said they would make them more likely to purchase points, and 43.3% said it didn't change their likelihood to buy points either way. And then question 6, we asked if it was more important to them to have a good chance of drawing a license each year or have reasonable predictability of when they might draw a license. That reasonable predictability is in reference to the preference point system we have now, which is sort of tiered in a queue where people have some idea of when they may be drawing a license, opposed to the weighted bonus point system where the likelihood of drawing a license is more, I guess you would say it's more, anyone could draw a license with any number of points. The likelihood is defrayed. So in that case, 62.2% said I prefer an increased chance of drawing a license, though it would be randomized. And 37.8% say they preferred a reasonable predictability. And so based on the survey and the written comments we got, we went through and coded those based on the trends that we saw in the comments. We categorized those into 21 different categories that characterize the public's comments. And then those were sorted based on whether they had points or not, and whether they supported the change or not, to sort of suss out more about their opinions as to why or why not they support a change. And those are summarized in the report. I won't go over them, but I would encourage anyone who's interested in that from the public to read through those and find out more about the why. Like I said, we had an extremely robust response, and you have access to all of the comments not summarized in people's own words online. I didn't print them out. They represent almost 400 pages of public input. So I'd answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Okay, I
Thank
guess
you.
we can then move on to the legislation.
So before we talk specifically about this bill and go through the changes in existing statute that are proposed here, just as a reminder, really, the existing system provides a strong preference for a person who has year after year after year after year applied for a license. They build up points, and 75% of the licenses for moose and bighorn sheep are allocated to the highest point holders, and 25% are done in a random draw. One of the concerns that was discussed by the Wildlife Task Force regarding the trend that we're seeing, we actually had LCCC help model what the long-term trend looks like if we stayed with the existing system. And essentially the average age of the hunter who's drawing a bighorn sheep license would continue to increase to a point where 70 and 80-year-old folks were the average age of people drawing those licenses. Right now, I think it's for bighorn sheep about 57. For those of you who know a lot about bighorn sheep hunting, it's probably more of a young man's and a young woman's game. But that was certainly part of the impetus behind the discussion the task force had, was somewhat moving the average age of the hunter that can draw from older to more in the middle of the age group of folks that hunt. This bill, what it basically would do is there's a period of time where that you can see towards the end where this would not be implemented out after it passed. There would be a period of about 4 years before it would actually go into effect. But once it went into effect, folks would transition from having preference points. Let's say it's 25, and those would be transferred over to become bonus points. And when that person went into the draw, it would be a strictly random draw. However, the person with the higher number of points is going to have more tickets in the draw. So if you have 25 points, it'd be squared and you'd have 625 chances in the draw, whereas a person who's a first-year hunter, first-year applicant would only have one chance in that draw. What this does, if you model this, the weighted bonus point system is it does move some of those licenses from longer applying people to people that have been applying for fewer number of years. And very simply, I mean, that's really what this thing does. Moves from a preferred draw to a strictly random draw and allocates preference to people who have been putting in longer, but certainly not in the same way. It's strictly random. So I do, Co-Chairman Bell was instrumental in a lot of these discussions, and I would ask if he's got any gaps to fill in there, anything to add that might be helpful for the committee.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, or Madam Vice Chair. Rusty Bell, Co-Chair of the Wildlife Task Force. We spent a significant time on this, and when you think about how many tags this actually we're talking about here, it's certainly not that many. I mean, moose and sheep numbers have dropped over the past 20 years significantly, which is why we're in this situation. The demand for this species, these two species especially, has gone way up, and our resource that we have, which is the moose and the sheep, has gone down. And so a system that was set up 27, 28 years ago did work. I mean, the numbers did work. We have dropped, our resources dropped, unfortunately, and the number of people that want that has significantly increased. So we spent a lot of time on this. Our task force has met 14 times in the past year and 3 months. And so some of those day-and-a-half meetings, we went out to public comment on this multiple times. We take public comment during our meetings at least twice. Sometimes we actually have folks in the meetings that have significant impact and are going to be impacted. We actually involve them in the meetings also. We're very open to this public discussion. We also hosted town halls across the state to discuss this issue and other ones. And I would just say that when I went into this, I didn't think, talking about these hard issues, I didn't think we'd have anything that was unanimous. This actually passed our committee unanimously. And there was significant talk about what that waiting period at the end should be. And when we get to it, I think that the language in the bill is 2027. That's, may seem arbitrary, but what that does, and it is very important, is it gives opportunity to folks that know that they're going to draw something by looking at the drawing odds from the previous years, that if they send in for a certain area, they're most likely going to draw. Now, if we have a big dump of people, what that does is it gives it 5 years or 4 or 5 years to flesh that out. People that can have some predictability. If they're at a certain age, if they know they want to draw in the next 3 to 4 years, they can send in for an area and they can get a tag. So I think those are other than what Director Nesbitt went through, I think just the sheer amount of time that we spent on what really is a small amount of animals, but very high value animals. We did spend a lot of time on that. And I would stand for any questions that the committee may have.
Any questions? Quiet bunch today.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Madam Vice Chair, I don't know if you wanted to go through the bill page by page Or if you wanted to take public comment before you went through and worked the bill, I don't know what your pleasure is.
I guess we'll take public comment and then go through the bill. Is there anybody, raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this? Okay, why don't you come up? And please introduce yourself.
Okay. So my name is Garrett Falkenberg. I'm first of all, I'm a rancher. I'm an advocate for wildlife. I love wildlife. And today I come before you as a sportsman. I am adamantly against this proposal. I've put in my time to draw these licenses. And you know, as Rusty just said, you know, we've been in this 27, 28 years. That's a long time to totally scrap something and go a totally different direction. In my view, it's kind of like reinventing Earth, you know. And I think there's some things, and maybe it's not working as good as maybe what Director Nezik would like it to, but I think there's some things rather than totally scrap it that we can do to make everybody happy, because I don't see any way to implement this being this far down the road that you're not going to make somebody unhappy. And that includes me and I think a lot of the other sportsmen that put in the time and have got some points there. And I'll admit, I've got 19 points on a sheep tag, but I'm not guaranteed anything. And that's what I like about this transferring system. You know, you can look at it, and let's face it, that's also why we have what we call point creep. You know, people look at those and then they try to outmaneuver the draw and jump from one area to the other. You're going to lose that if you change the system, for the simple fact that theoretically you could have 3 applicants in one area, you catch a rumor, it's got pneumonia, we'll say, for example. 3 applicants in one area and there's 30,000 in another. You know, you lose that component of it, of some normalcy and idea. But Director Nesbitt also talks about we're hung up on sheep. Well, sheep isn't the only one in this deal that it's going to affect. You know, like I say, I've been here, I'm 60, going on 62 years. And since my beginning of time ever applying, goat has always been a lifetime draw. And I can guarantee you in Brian's career, or anybody else's for that, who would have thought mountain goat would do what mountain goat's doing as far as expanding and going into new territories like they are right now. And so those are a couple of my points. You know, and so you look at the opportunity with the point system. You have a time frame. You look at your points. You have an idea that you're going to draw at some point. So then, you know, so when you draw one of these coveted tags, you know, it takes money to go do one of these, and it takes time. And so therefore, you know, there's some finances involved. And so when you do a random, you're going to lose all of that. All you've got is from the time you get your check on your drawing as the way you're successful or not, you've got from then till opening date to go and get your finances together, get your time from your job, whatever it might be, get your stuff together. I guess another one is the fact that, so I've heard some rumblings through the task force of, and like I say, I'm down here south of Douglas, so I live in area 7L, which is, I can assure you, it's just about as hard to draw that area for resident as some of these coveted 5 are. But I'm hearing rumblings of making that a preference. It's not for resident folks right now, but they're looking at making that a preference point system for residents in elk, deer, and antelope. Well, if it'll work for deer, antelope, and elk, why can't we still keep it as we have it already, instead of having 2 different systems it's kind of like that system now. We've only got, I think, 5 or 6, Brian, different type licenses that do a little bit of tweaking and twitching here and there. All it does is muddy the water. Let's keep it simple. Very much so. I'll go for an example. It's for the fairness and for the young people. So I don't know if you folks are aware of the super tag that they do every spring. What is there, 10 or 11 different species that those do? Keep in mind, you can buy as many tags as you want to for that. 3 out of the 10 or 11 drew that with a single ticket this year. So now how can you, when you tell me that you're going to weigh my system and I have umpteen squared points, that it's fair that the guy, the first timer, come in under me and outdrew me? I'll be honest with you, I'm not the luckiest guy in the world. I knew a guy that down at Douglas, before the preference points came along, he drawed 18, 19, 20 years, somewhere along in there, never drew. They started the preference point system and he drew that many more before he could finally draw a tag for a sheep. That's me. Unfortunately, there's those people, that can play cards, that can draw the queen for the inside straight. They're in Vegas, not me. Unfortunately, that's just not my world. So, so Sarah talked about that survey a little bit, and I filled that survey out. And I was really taken back at, I don't know what that was, question 3 or question 4 that asked you, and Sarah referred to it, whether or not we still can keep on drawing, if they change this system. Well, if I read between the lines on that, it tells me even Brian knows that you're going to tip a lot of people over. There's going to be a lot of people unhappy, but unfortunately, really don't care. Just keep applying because I want your $7 for processing fee or the $150 if you're a non-resident. Well, I'm sorry, but that's the wrong way to look at this, in my opinion. Do what's right for the sportsman, what the sportsmen want, and go that route with it. And so kind of in closing, it's easy to shoot somebody's ideas and thoughts little holes. And so I come with a couple of ideas to change this, modify this, and make it hopefully work for everybody. I don't know whether it's been brought up before. I'll throw it up there and then you guys should hold through my idea. But my idea is leave the preference point system alone. For guys like me that have put in the time, have got the points. Brian talked about trying to help the newcomer guy. Okay, so you just changed new law with House Bill, or I believe it was in House Bill 43, that changed the 90-10 preference point, or not preference point, but the amount of licenses that go to the non-resident. I don't know what it was before. So there's going to be a new cache of tags that are going to come into the resident side of these draws. My proposal is, and I'm going to guess it's from 1 to 3 new tags. My proposal is to put those into the 25% draw. Okay, so that gives the new timer people a little more advantage, or the people that don't have, I won't say new timer, but they don't have enough points to draw. They're not even eligible. So only getting draws at 25%. So if they do that, it might raise it to say 35%, 40, I don't know, just depending on how many tags that you put in versus how many applicants are put in. My proposal is to go that route, but also, so we talked, that 90-10 was exclusively to the big 5. Well, those are only right now are for the moose and the sheep. My proposal is why not include the goat, the grizzly bear, and the buffalo under preference points also. They're coveted. They're just as hard to shoot that goat tag out of the Beartooth Wilderness is every bit as hard to draw or harder than a sheep tag will ever be. 1,000 to 1 to odds to draw that thing. Well, and in my view, that's nothing more than essentially what you're going to do if you scrap the preference point system. It's just a money pit. I mean, call it a slot machine. That's what you're going to do. You're going to lose your $7. You're just about guaranteed every year, $5, whatever preference points per year your application fee is, but you're just gonna lose that because, shoot, if you can win that, go to the lottery, And so those are pretty much my comments. I would sure as world stand for any questions that anyone might have. I appreciate your time, seriously.
Any questions? Chairman Flintner?
Madam Vice Chairman and Mr. Falkenberg, thanks for coming up from Commerce County. Have you been at any of our CASPER meetings?
I have not, I'll be honest with you, Representative Flynn, I cannot keep caught up with that thing. I thought it would be in the press and I could follow along that way. And way late in the deal, I found out that you've got your own website. The only way I was following along was through Brian's website, Game and Fish website. Well, I'm always a month behind in that thing. And so it was already down the road and the decision had been made before I ever knew that anything was ever about. Well, let me say this. For those of you who are not on the task force, who were told by the task force that we took public comment on House Bill 43, to me, in my opinion, this is taking public comment. And I appreciate you for that very much so, because I would have probably introduced myself to you before now, quite honestly, in that situation. Because it went before you folks at the legislature, but I did not know the lifetime was in it. I only knew that it was the other portion of that bill. And so I never got a chance to even participate in that.
Yeah, well, thank you, and I apologize for that. It's hard to reach people, and I know what it's like being a rancher and your head's down and you're
Oh,
working.
yeah,
So
yeah.
we
Well,
try to reach people. So if we didn't connect with you, that was, we'll do
well,
our
and,
best.
and so you read those letters and those recommendations, it always says, and they brought it up, but we have no, how's that wording go? We have no legislative or enforcement authority. No, but we know people and how to get them places, apparently, because that went zoom to the legislature in a short little bitty bit. And it may be the fastest that I've ever seen, to get it presented to the legislature and then not take any comment on it other than through the task force. So,
Madam Chairman, we did take comment on it. It went through two committees during legislative session. So there were,
well, like I say, I never knew about it.
right,
Or and I'm talking task force
Right.
committee stuff or task force public comment
yeah,
type
well,
stuff. And I was way behind because I really truly figured, Game and Fish is the general rule. That's what you do. It'll go before. So it come out of task force. So they'll go before commission. Well, then commission will take, public comment, or the Game and Fish will all go out to public comment. Then it'll come to the legislature and then they'll maybe take some public comment, or you'll get, so there'd be ample time in this avenue to take public comment. Well, not on that one. I was way behind the 8 ball on that one. I'll admit.
thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Falkenberg? Thank you for your comments. Oh. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Falkenberg, thanks for coming out and speaking. One of the things that I love to see is someone step up who's just a constituent, someone who just steps up and says, hey, I want to have a voice in this situation. So thank you. To be completely honest with you, I thought this would be an easy decision. And then you got up there and had a conversation about it. So
Yeah.
now I'm going, okay, let's talk about this. Let's really talk about this. What if you don't mind, would you speak to the concept where we I use the analogy over lunch and I just used it a moment ago. We've got a 4-inch pipe coming out of our pond and 12 inches of rain above the pond. And that's what we're up against. And this is a way that maybe we can try kind of level that playing field out a little bit more, where it is points based, but it's also lotto based slightly. So we're kind of given the best of both worlds as the concept or idea. Can you speak to that aspect where for someone who feels like, man, I'm stuck here and I'm never going to make it. And how can we help those individuals in that situation?
Thank you for the question, Representative Banks. So in my opinion, I think for me personally, and I don't think I'm the only one, I like the fact that I can look at the preference points. I get to physically see that I'm gaining something. You know, when you look at, like, for example, a goat tag, hell, maybe they lost my application somewhere. I don't even know if I got put in. I don't even get any returned back, other than I lost my $5, $7. At least with the preference point, I can see that, well, I gained another point, you know, and everybody, the anxiety is just through the roof, man, drawings coming up, you know, and can't wait. And then it's such a letdown. You look at the website and it's like, oh, I didn't draw, you know, and so, man, down the grind and wait until the application period starts again. But that portion of it, I like. I like the fact that I can physically see that I'm making headway toward something that I'm trying to achieve where I can't otherwise. And I think you lose that with the scrapping of your preference point system. I really think that.
Representative Harold.
Madam Chairman. So I'm going to direct this at Director Nesbitt at this point. There would still be that point system, correct? But it wouldn't be in the same way. Obviously, for every year you've been drawing, your chances go up. Is that not correct?
Madam Vice Chair,
Director Nesbitt.
Representative Harrelson, that's correct. You would gain a point each year. That point then squared. So you're actually over time, you have more chances in the lottery. So in theory, your chances are getting better. But unlike the current system, as Mr. Falkenberg's discussed, you know, he knows that based on all the drawing odds, when he gets to 26 points, as an example, for Moose Area 5, that by golly, that year he's got a 90% chance of drawing. And that's what would be lost here is that predictability.
Thank you. Sorry, another follow-up.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So Director, are we looking at this issue? Because obviously last time we had quite an extensive conversation about this topic. Is our issue predominantly due to in-state or out-of-state? I mean, this landslide we've been talking about, where we got way more applicants than we do products, so to speak, and product being these animals and these tags for these animals. Are we seeing that in-state or out-of-state more predominantly?
More predominantly in-state. The demand is extremely high in-state. Now, it's always, and I say that not to say that the demand isn't high from non-residents.
Understood.
But it's always been high from non-residents because there's only a limited, right, with the change in last year, we're only issuing 10% of those licenses to non-residents. So, you know, for them, the demand is the drawing odds have gone down and the demand has gone higher.
So then, sorry, one last.
Representative Harold.
So thank you, Madam Chairman, and Mr. Falkenberg. So with the concept that there still would be a preference point system, but it's weighted with more of the draw being lotto based and you're getting a number of tickets, it's like buying a raffle. So you are aware of that concept, but still opposed to it because of the fact that it's really hard to plan because it is lotto based.
I would like,
Mr. Falkenberg.
thank you, Madam Chairman. Representative Dinks, I'd like to go back to my comment on the super tag.
Mhm.
So theoretically, what Director Nesbitt is saying, there should not be virtually, because there is way more than enough squared point people, applicants, to take care of all the tags that are ever issued. There should not be, if his system works, there should not be anybody, first time drawer, should draw a tag, right? Because unless you're super lucky,
You're correct.
super
Yeah.
lucky. And that's what they're saying in their squared system. But yet, I've already got the data that the super tags, that happened. Where they can go in, you can buy multiple tags. And I know, I just got to be led to believe there had to be somebody in those three species that owned more than one tag in that deal. And he got outdrew by some lucky soul that only had one ticket. And that's not me. So that's my response to that. Again, that's my heartburn in this deal.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Representative Sweeney.
So, thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. So maybe this is to the director on a revenue basis. Is there additional revenue that we're looking at with the new weighted bonus system? Are we net neutral? What are your statisticians in the department telling?
Madam Vice Chair, Representative Sweeney. So based on that survey, there's a potential, I suppose, that less people would buy points if it was a strictly random situation. So there could be a slight decrease, but we're talking about only a handful of licenses. Most of the preference point revenue for the department comes from non-resident deer, elk, and antelope. That's the bulk of it. There's so few licenses here that we're talking about that even if there was a decline, it's probably not very measurable. I don't see a scenario where it's or that it's revenue positive. So it's either revenue neutral or less, but not in a significant way.
Anything else, Representative Sweeney? Any other questions? Mr. Falkenberg, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much, very much.
Any other public comment on this issue?
Madam Chairman, we have somebody on Zoom,
Oh, okay.
Joe Sandrini.
Mr. Sandrini?
Madam Chairman, it looked like he dropped off Zoom.
Oh, okay. All right, any other public comment? All right, then Director Nesbitt, if we could go through the legislation.
Absolutely. So I think what you're going to see is right now, the department doesn't have the authority legislatively in order to have a bonus point. So a significant portion of these additions where you'll see on page 2, lines 9, 10, 13, and 18 are simply adding the word bonus point to give the department authority to be able to set this system up the way that we just described. The same as the case on page 3 with all of those edits, lines 5, 6, 7, 11, and 21. Same with page 4, line 6. Now, when you get down to line 17 on page 4, this is the first point where you see the words weighted bonus point system. And that is the part of the statute that gives the authority for the department to do that squaring that we talked about. And it specifically spells out bighorn sheep and for moose and ram bighorn sheep at that. Same with line 22 there. Going to page 5, that specifically provides the verbiage regarding what was referred to on page 4 on a weighted bonus point. So it assigns the bonus point and then allows for them to be squared, as you see the word squaring, page 5, line 2. Again, moving down through that page, there are the additions of moose and ram bighorn sheep, word weighted bonus point instead of preference point. Those the stricken language 12 to 14 is required because that's the current system where 75% go to the highest preference point holders and 25% to a random draw. So that language has to be stricken since this new system is completely random. And that other stricken language all the way from lines 17 to 23 is similar. It's transitioning to the random system. Again, same as the case with the stricken language, page 6, lines 1 through 9. Additions of the word bonus and moose or ram bighorn sheep. I was looking at this right before the meeting on page 7, line 4. I'm assuming that was an LSO cleanup where it adds the words antelope, deer, and elk. Because that seems clearer and more understandable than any particular species. This subsection is referring to specifically those species. So I assume that's what that's about.
So I'm Director Nesbitt, I'm getting the nod from LSO
Okay.
staff.
Continuing on line 7. I'm sorry, page 7, line 20, same thing, adding bonus. Moving to page 8. A conforming change here, additions on lines 14 and 15 on page 8, in order to establish a bonus point program.
Excuse me, Representative Sweeney has a question.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Could you just confused me, or I've confused myself back on the bottom of page 6, going to page 7 at the top with the additional language of antelope, deer, and elk. The way I read that, it gives the ability of the commission to add those species to this program at a later date. Am I misinterpreting that?
So, Madam Vice Chair, Representative Sweeney, if you go back to page 6, it specifically says non-resident antelope, non-resident deer, non-resident elk, which is the existing system. This does not give the commission authority to do this for resident antelope, deer, or elk. I would ask if also agrees with me on that.
But Madam,
Representative Sweeney.
but it does for non-resident.
Yes, because Madam Vice Chair, Representative Sweeney, because that's the existing system. Non-resident deer, elk, and antelope are issued on a preference point system.
That answer your question, Representative Sweeney?
Thank you. I guess I'm a little confused because I understand the difference between the resident and non-resident programs. But I thought this was going to better align for our residents. And so they still have the preference system, which will move to a bonus for the non-residents across the board. Why wouldn't we then apply that same logic for our residents?
Madam Vice Chair, Representative Sweeney. So I think that we're in a completely different situation when you look at bighorn sheep and moose as compared to resident deer, elk, and antelope. The issue that Co-Chair Bell talked about and that I talked about, where we have this very limited supply and this very high demand, it's really apples and oranges between bighorn sheep and moose, and then antelope, deer, and elk. We've got thousands of licenses we issue for those 3 species, antelope, deer, elk. We have literally just a few hundred licenses for moose and bighorn sheep. And so the same conditions that inform the recommendation for moose and bighorn sheep do not exist for resident deer, elk, and antelope. The non-resident system for deer, elk, and antelope was put in place, and it's either the late 90s or early 2000s. So it's been in existing statute for quite some time.
So I guess we'll go back to the bill. I believe we were on page 8.
Yeah, page 8. Line 20, you see just another addition of bonus point. We have the same situation with just adding those conforming languages, changing preference to bonus where it's appropriate and preference to weighted bonus where it's appropriate. And then same with page 10, line 1. And I think those are the, I need to look here at where we put. So as you see, this is important. Page 10, section 3, line 13 is where I'm looking there. You know, when we looked, this addresses some of the things that Mr. Falkenberg brought up. So when we went back and looked at, so what if you're one of those people that's just right on the line? I mean, you're really close. You're probably going to draw in the next 2 or 3 years. And then this changes on you. how do we address the concerns those people brought to us? And again, we used some modeling and we went back and we said, and basically what it showed is that anyone that currently has, I believe it's 22 points. Does that sound right, Rusty? Currently has 22 points, would likely draw if this system were to stay in place for 4 more years. Those that are at 21, there's so many in that category that it's not relevant anymore after that point. That's where the number 4 came up with, to make this effective 4 years after the date that the legislature enacts it. It gives a grace period for those highest point holders that are currently in that position to be able to have a chance to draw before this goes into effect. 2027 is 4 years after we would expect that if this does pass this general session, that it would go into effect. With that, Madam Vice Chair, that's, I think, a summary of the bill page by page.
Any other questions? Co-Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I do have a question. So it's just kind of a matter of construction. I think it's on page 4, paragraph J. This is where the commission gets their authority under the Administrative Procedures Act to set up this or to issue, licenses, bonus points, preference points, and then permits and tags. But then you skip over to page 5 and then we start seeing references to weighted bonus. And so then I start looking at these 3 terms: weighted bonus points, and preference points. I didn't know if there's in your rules a definition of what preference points are. And I just want to make sure we've got some clarity between what a bonus point is, a weighted bonus point, and a preference point. And so just wanted your opinion on if you think we need to define those either in statute or if that's something that you might be able to do in regulation. And then maybe a follow-up question to that is for LSO on page 4, line 6, do we need to clarify the weighted bonus point as part of their rulemaking authority in that definition?
Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair. So currently in regulation, preference points are defined. Bonus points are not, because they're not in statute yet. So I think it is something that all 3 of those, weighted bonus, just those 2 actually could be defined in reg. The 3rd is already defined in reg.
Okay. Any LSO comment on that, Lucas?
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair Newsom and Chair Ellis. So throughout the beginning of this bill, when I reference bonus point, I included that primarily because the only time they truly become weighted bonus points is at the time of the drawing. This is something I discussed with Game and Fish. And certainly I can understand, but that's why it is just fishing licenses, bonus points, preference points, permits, and tags, because you can only purchase or apply for a bonus point and pay in lieu of the fee. It's only when you come upon the drawing that's the reference specifically here, is that it's the weighted bonus point random drawing. But certainly I think if there were if the committee's desire was to define that, we certainly could do so. But as you accumulate bonus points one at a time, as to opposed to a weighted bonus point, that was just a determination from Game and Fish. And so that's why I did it that way.
Okay. So we've heard the bill. So what's the preference of the committee? Oh, Representative Jennings.
Vice Chair, I actually have a question that might go back to our citizen, and I'd like to ask a question of him if I could.
Yeah, Mr. Falkenberg, would you mind coming back up?
Because I felt like the testimony from the department was not full and complete in answering until after he had an opportunity. So, Mr.
Falkenberg.
So the director gave an answer to this, that they put a 4-year wait period in there. If that's not satisfactory to you, could you explain why? And then I didn't hear the task force weigh in on his complaints, and I'd just like to hear a little bit more in that debate.
Mr. Falkenberg, can you address the 4-year delay in the implementation?
Madam Chairman, I'd be more than happy to. So I guess I go back to my comment that there's no way to implement this, that you can't upset somebody. You turn somebody's world upside down with the points that they have right now, because they know where they're at, how they stand. When you reconstruct this thing, for lack of a better word, then you don't know how it's all going to shake out theoretically. And so when Director Nesbitt talked about the 22 points, yeah, you're gonna draw those. That guy's gonna, he's in the money. So you take and wait 4 years to implement that. Okay, back up and get that guy that's down there. It's got, say, maybe 18 right now. He's out of the running. There's no way he can draw yet unless it's in a pretty easy area that, and it's not a guaranteed draw. It'd be a percentage of 18%. If you understand what's, we'll say there's 2 tags down there with the 18 points, and there's, say, 30 applicants in that. So you're not guaranteed this like 10 or 20% one. So you take those people that are down there, and now it's going to take you 4 years to implement. Well, gosh darn it, them guys would have had 22 points now, and they would have been guaranteed if you hadn't upset my apple cart. And that's my response to that. There's no way to implement this without turning the whole world upside down for somebody. And I guess the other side of the coin is, what's wrong with what we've got? It's working. You know, we have gone, and this fit Wyoming back 27, 28 years ago. We had to go in and modify it. That's where the 25% come in for the newcomers, the first timers, to give them incentive to participate. That's where this comes from. And so I still think it works. Very, very well, I think it works. And so that would be my comment on that, is the fact that you're going to moving forward. It's just how bad you upset somebody, you know, because those are, in my opinion, the people that you're really going to get hurt with, those down there at 18, because it takes you 4 years to implement them. And then all of a sudden, you know, the world's turned upside down at 22 and they're not there anymore.
Anything else, Representative Jennings? Representative Williams?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So help me, that class that you both referenced, that has 18 or 19 points, it's my understanding there's a much larger pool of hunters in that class, and they're not going to draw in 4 years or 6 years or 8 years necessarily. Help me understand that.
Director Nesbitt?
So Madam Vice Chair, Representative Williams, that's correct. If you look at the number of folks in that pool, when you go below 22 points, below that number, those folks, there's so many in the pool that there's not a good way to predict how long it's going to take. I mean, some of them are certainly going to draw at some point if you stay with the current system. But you can predict with reasonable certainty that if they're at 22 or above right now, that in the next 4 years, not putting in for the most hard to draw area, but they will at least have an opportunity to draw a license if they're above that threshold. That was what the math and the discussion that happened at the task force was. Am I right?
Mr. Bell, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I wasn't sure whether you wanted me to answer. Representative Jennings asked for a task force response to some of these.
He did, and I would like you to comment on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, Madam Vice Chair. So it takes me back actually to 3 or 4 or 4.5 meetings that we had last summer. And it's almost just like the meetings that we had. Talking about Mr. Falkenberg's concerns, we had a lot of the same concerns were brought up over and over again. And how do we make everybody happy? Well, I can tell you right now that there isn't a way. There is no way to solve this problem that we have in every single area for every single species. It is just not possible, no matter what system we implement. And so when Mr. Falkenberg is saying that this isn't a problem, well, I can guarantee you that this is a problem for a lot of people. And that is why the task force brought this up. This was one of the first things that was brought up to us, was this issue of point creep is killing us. We're never going to draw. When my 12-year-old puts in for a tag right now, the model shows that they're not in their foreseeable lifetime going to draw this tag. And so we had to take those mathematical modelings that we did and try to come up with a system that is fair, that gives everybody an opportunity, doesn't have a decrease of revenue to the department, weigh all of those things and come up with a system. We did actually have it modeled and have a long conversation about a split point system, about going two tracks and saying, you know what, if you want to keep your preference points, keep your preference points. If you want a weighted bonus point, have a weighted bonus point. You can't change that. Once you decide on this date, that gets confusing. And one thing I've learned through this sometimes painful process, but is that the more complicated you make something, the more negative public comment you're going to get back. If they can't understand it in a public comment in a paragraph, they're not going to like it. And so trying to decide what that time frame is, when do we implement it, how do we give, is it 4 years, is it 5 years? Honestly, that is somewhat arbitrary, but we know where that big pool was at that 18, 19, and I'll admit I'm at 18 sheet points. This isn't great for me, but I mean, it is what it is. We have to try to make it work for the most people and for and work for a long time. This system, like I said, this system that was set up 27, 28 years ago actually worked 27, 28 years ago with the numbers of animals we had. If we would have made it once in a lifetime 27, 28 years ago, maybe we're in a different situation right now, maybe not. But I think some of the things that have been implemented, and going back to Representative Jennings' question, to Mr. Falkenberg's question about how those meetings went. I apologize that not everybody knew about our website, but everything is out there and everything was on Zoom. It's actually still out there. You can go watch every single meeting if you'd like. You can read all the public comments we've gotten. You can listen to all the public. We have people in here that have given public comment time and time and time again. And so I apologize. We didn't reach every single person. We tried. I mean, we really did. We wanted to be out there. And so we tried to be out there as much as we could. I would stand for any more questions, Madam Vice Chair.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Bill, first of all, thank you for the balance. I really salute you for that. Something you didn't have to do. Those who sat on that task force, I kind of followed through.
Senator, is your mic on? Oh. If you could, yep.
Thank you. Is that better?
Yep.
Thank you. I'll go back over that, Mr. Bell, but anyway, thank you for what you've done. I do have a question. You sitting at 18 on a bighorn sheet. Did the task force talk about how long, if ever, that big group of numbers at 18, 19, 20, I don't have them in front of me here, but it was a large enough number that I think I remember hearing that a whole bunch of those folks are never going to draw one of these anyway. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Mr. Bell.
Madam Vice Chair, Senator Landon, I can try to dig that out of my memory, and maybe Director Nesbitt can help me. It really is area specific, and depending on who's sending in for areas. You know, there's certain areas that are going to be have a very much, really high much higher draw rate or drawing percentage than there's some areas that it doesn't matter what we do, you're going to have a very low percentage to draw, chance of drawing. My recollection is that the way we're going right now, that's going to be into the high 30s, into the 40s preference point numbers before they're going to be at that point where the point creep's going to get there. So it's going to be a long time. And so that was, I think, to the task force, that was unacceptable. And so that's, really that's where this comes from, trying to come up with a solution that certainly we know, as you guys know, as legislators, you're not going to make everybody happy. We're trying to solve a problem that I think anybody that's been a sportsman knows, or even a legislator knows that this comes up to the, we have these kind of bills come up often, or at least these discussions come up often. Certainly in the sportsman world, we do. And on your first comment, thank you. I appreciate it. It's been my pleasure to be a part of this task force. It's not easy, but my pleasure.
Madam Vice Chair, if I may, I just want to clarify one.
Director Nisbet.
We've talked a lot of numbers here and I want to make sure we're really clear. So modeling we did indicated 22 points was that line where, yes, you'll draw in the next 4 years if you put in for the right place. You'll at least have a chance if you put in for the right area. The 18, 19 point holder folks were the ones that, as you described, Senator, were really hard to predict because it's so far down the road. 22 is that number, though, that I think is important here.
Do you have a follow-up? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, number one, I was just curious if Mr. Sandrini came back on.
Yes, and Vice Chair Representative Sweeney, he does sound like he has been able to rejoin the Zoom and would like to comment.
We can, I think that he tried to be here, so. I think we'll reopen public comment since Mr. Sandrini was here and then he dropped off due to technical difficulties.
Well, while we're bringing him on, thank you for allowing that. So in the sportsmen that the many that have contacted me in the region around Casper, I really have not gotten a lot of positive feedback about this issue. But in the end, they really feel it's more of a policy call as far as the legislature is concerned. And I guess I'd like to hear, I mean, Rusty, the amount of time that you've spent on this and the entire task force, most of the task force, day in, day out, slugging away at this. What is your feeling? And I guess I would ask also the director, is this the best policy, for our residents and our non-residents?
Chairman Bell.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Representative Sweeney, that's a good question. I think, is this the best policy? I think it's the best policy. It's the simplest best policy. And so I don't know, I'll try to clarify that in saying that in my opinion, looking through this and going through this, some of the things that actually are the most fair or the best policy would be more complex. Making somebody choose whether you want whether you want to be in a random pool or you want to be in a preference point, and then they have set their course. That's also complex, not only for people to understand, but it's complex more for Game and Fish. And so that might not be the best policy, but it's probably works the best in my mind. Somebody that wants what the survey says and says they want surety on, they want to know if they're going to get a tag, they can stay in a preference point system. If they don't, they can get into the raffle. But like I said, it's hard to put that out for public comment, somebody to see and understand that. It's also hard for people to understand it when they're coming into a system. And so, I don't want to muddy the water by telling you that, but I did. It's out of the cat's out of the bag. I mean, what we have right now in this bill is fair. It isn't going to make everybody happy. It doesn't actually solve the problem. What would solve the problem, if you guys can come up with maybe 50 or 80,000 more sheep and that many more moose, would be great. Okay. That's just not where we're at. We have to do the best we can with the resource we have. And that is honestly where we're at right now. We try to put out a system that's understandable, that that gives those folks in that 22 plus a chance to draw, to have some predictability. And then everybody else, you're going to get into a raffle. And Mr. Falkenberg's right. Some people are lucky. We've seen the bell curves. We've had the modeling, the mathematicians, they tell you the same thing. Over a large expanse, there's going to be some really lucky people. There's going to be some really unlucky people. And then everybody else is going to fall in the middle. That's probably what, if you look at all of the super tag raffles that have been bought and drawn and over the years, it probably falls right into that same model. There's going to be some lucky people. There's going to be some unlucky people. That's what a random draw is. I don't know if that answers your question the best, but that's what I can tell you.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you. Just one follow-up to that. So are you aware that there's a possibility that some of the assumptions in the modeling weren't quite correct in the modeling?
Chairman Bell.
Madam Vice Chair, Representative Sweeney, I'm actually not sure what you're talking about. Maybe I'm not. So I can talk to you about that afterwards. Have very good open communication with Mr. Schaefer, Dr. Schaefer, who modeled this through LCCC, and I thought that modeling was very good as they could predict from the information that they could garner off of the Game and Fish's database. And so I don't know what would be talking about on that, but I certainly trusted that. I've been through enough drawings and things that I understand random draws and how they work, but I also understand this preference point system very well. I also understand the weighted bonus point very well. And to me, being a hunter first before anything else, no matter what everybody says, it makes sense to me. I may not love this, but it makes sense to the most of the people. And so that's the best I can do for you.
Thank you. Can we now go to Mr. Sandrini?
Unfortunately, it sounds, Vice Chair Newsom, unfortunately, it sounds like his connection is not very stable and he just dropped off again.
Okay. All right. So we're done with public comment, Mr. Falkenberg. So for the committee, what is your preference on this bill? Moved by Chairman Flintner. Second by Senator Guru. So do we want to go through it page by page and look and see if there are any amendments or anything that we have questions about? So let's start with page 1. Any comments on page 1? Thank you, Mr. Falkenberg, for your comments. Let's move to page 2. Any amendments or comments on page 2? Questions? Moving to page 3. Moving to page 4.
Madam Co-Chair.
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Madam Co-Chair, I'd move that on page 4, line 6, either after or before bonus points, doesn't really matter. How about after? Insert weighted bonus points, comma. That's the motion.
Moved by Chairman Ellis, seconded by Senator Landon to add weighted bonus points.
Yeah, just some discussion,
On
Madam
page 6.
Chair. The reason I thought this might be helpful is there are terms, or we've used the term weighted bonus points throughout the bill. The director indicated that they, through rulemaking, have a definition of preference points. So by adding bonus points and weighted bonus points, I think we can trust our department to develop appropriate definitions that we can understand the distinction between what is a bonus point versus a weighted bonus point through rulemaking. And then it just, I think, helps make it consistent throughout the bill that they have, that the Game and Fish Commission has this authority.
Thank you. Lucas, do you have a comment on that?
I have no preference. Vice
Alright.
Chair Newsom, I have no preference there. I think
Alright.
that would work unless the Game and Fish Department has a different thought.
So we'll go ahead and vote on that amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, that amendment has passed. So we'll add the word weighted bonus points onto line 6 of page 4. Moving on, the rest of page 4. Anything on page 5? Page 6? Page 7? Page 8? Page 9? Page 10? Page 11? All right. I guess we'll go ahead and vote on that. Representative Jennings. Oh, Representative Jennings.
Madam Vice Chair, so I came in thinking I was going to vote for this. And I'm not saying that the body of work here is not good. I'm not saying there's not, but I have real heartburn of changing horses midstream. It was kind of interesting. Mr. Bell kind of put out something there that caught my interest even more. Would have liked to heard that discussion. I think it's probably premature to say that our sportsmen out there might not be able to comprehend. I get that it'd be hard to message. I agree with you on that. But I have heartburn with making a contract with people of Wyoming. 27 years ago, or 26, 27 years ago, we did make a contract with them. And for us, it's a policy change. But for those citizens out there, it seems like that maybe we didn't explore some options that were, and this is maybe a fine example. I'm just explaining why I'm not going to vote for it. I don't like the idea that we have a contract with the people of Wyoming and then we just change that. And so those people at 22 or 18 points, which I don't have 18, I just want you to know, just off, mine's more like 15. But I hate to see us set a precedent of just changing those, making policy changes that really was a contract with sportsmen. So anyway, I'm not, it's not disparaging to the work that this task force has done or the department. It's just that I don't like to see us change contracts with the people out there. And I just think that that's it just kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Thank you. Senator Landon.
Co-Chairman, thank you. I certainly respect that viewpoint. But I kind of, in my mind, go to the people 10 years from now who were mired in the middle of a preference point system still. And we've got a train wreck going on with nobody, even with preference points in the 30s, being able to draw anything. I think it's incumbent upon us to react to the times that we're in. And right now, that's what we're doing. This is an issue that really reminds me of my dad, if you'll grant me just a moment. He worked for the Wyoming Game and Fish Department for 40 years, and he applied for a sheep license for 38 of those years, and he never drew. So we're not dealing with anything new here. We've had residents forever that have tried hard and just never drawn a sheep permit, for example. So I wanted to give that example to say that I really do appreciate the task force. A year ago, I indicated that I was going to try to do what I could to support their work because it was a comprehensive group that was put together statewide. We had legislators on that group that I look up to. I think I'm going to support it for all those reasons. Is it going to help everyone? No. Is it going to be the silver bullet? No. But I think it reacts to the times we're in. And frankly, I'm pretty worried about both these species that we're talking about right now. I just hope that we can continue to hunt them, because there may come a day where we're not going to be hunting these two species. So Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just a comment. I agree totally with Senator Landon. I think there's been a lot of work done. I appreciate the work of the task force. And there was only one thing, and it came in on the comments that I probably should have asked earlier about, and maybe it's something we can take a look at in the future, would be the potential of adding points to those folks, depending on the age of the hunter, who was put in for many, many years. And, even though these bonus points will help considerably, I really have a concern, just like Senator Landon. I know of a number of folks around the state that are getting up in years that, regardless of when this goes in, whether it's 4 years or we stay with the same system, who may not ever have that chance. And so I'd like to take a look at that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Chairman Flintner.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I appreciate everybody's comments. As a member of the task force, I also want to just echo Senator Landon, and I concur with what he had to say. And Mr. Falkenberg, I respect you greatly for being here. Thank you. If this moves forward, you're going to have ample opportunity to continue to voice your opinion, and I hope that you do. We heard from a lot of people in our task force meetings. And again, this was a solution to a problem that we did hear from a number of folks across the state. And they're concerned about the fact that not only have they not been able to draw, but they don't see that their grandchild will get a chance to draw in the future. So that's where this legislation came from. I'm with you. I'm one of those people that is not lucky. There's a member of our task force that's drawn 3 sheep tags. I won't tell you his name because I don't want his house to get TP tonight. But then there are those of us who would never draw a tag. But hopefully this will be an answer to some of that concern for people across the state of Wyoming. So I'm going to vote aye, and I would urge the committee's support. This will be a new committee come January. There won't be many familiar faces here, but so again, ample opportunity. The game starts all over again in January. So vote aye.
Thank you, Chairman Flintner. Any other comments? Okay, I think we'll go ahead and vote. If you can call the roll.
Senator Giroux,
Aye.
Senator Landon. Senator Salazar.
No.
Senator Schuler. Representative Banks.
Aye.
Representative Haroldson.
No.
Representative Jennings. Representative Knapp.
Aye.
Representative Newsom.
Aye.
Representative Sweeney.
No.
Representative Williams.
Aye.
Representative Winter.
No.
Co-Chairman Flintner.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Ellis. Aye. 9 ayes.
Thank you. I guess that will go forward then. We have taken up a lot of time. So in this next one, the mule deer and white-tailed deer legislation, if we could get through that as quickly as possible, that would be great. I hope you'll stay, Chairman Bell, and that in the hot seat. So Director Nesbitt, if you'd like to go through that piece of legislation.
Madam Vice Chair, so we talked about this bill at the last committee meeting. There was some public comment. Essentially what this bill does currently when we issue a deer license, it's issued for both whitetail and mule deer. And the way that we prescribe how those licenses are used by species is by using different types. So as an example, a deer type 1 license is typically for a mule deer, a type 3 license is for a white-tailed deer. So that's the current system. This has been in place for as long as I know, that both these two they're different species. They're in the same family, but they're different species. They've been managed under the same license, and there's no other species, at least big game and trophy game species, that are done that way. We certainly have that with game birds or with small game, but not with bigger trophy game. So a lot of the, a lot of the perspective on this is just simply managing these two species separately, and not that we can't do that now, but doing it in a way that's a little bit more, just a little bit more overt. Similar, the way this discussion came up in the task force was really revolving around mule deer. And a lot of folks on the task force have heard from the public and are concerned about mule deer. And they viewed this as a way, again, to potentially be more precise in management actions that for other species other than mule deer that will help mule deer. With all that said, and on the task force, I did support this. I've, since this passed and since this has been drafted as a bill, I've had the opportunity to seek some input from around my agency. I would say the general consensus is that most folks are fairly neutral. They feel like they can continue to manage both species under the current system. They also see some advantages to a new system where they're separated out. Do have specific portions, geographic portions of the state where that's different. For example, in the Bighorn Basin, it seems that those folks see more advantage to this than maybe the neutral position. And then certainly in the Black Hills, there's a real concern with some valid points that have been brought up by some of our field personnel in the Black Hills. And the Black Hills is a different beast. It's we harvest a significant amount of the state's deer up in 600 areas in the northeast part of the state. They're open later in the year, and a lot of people who hunt in other places of the state, if they're not successful, they go to the Black Hills. And so they receive a tremendous amount of hunting pressure. They have very good habitat. And so the numbers when they're at objective for mule deer and whitetail deer both are very high. And probably from a management perspective, one of the challenges that we would have, and I'm not saying that we couldn't overcome this in different ways. One of the challenges we would have would be obtaining enough whitetail harvest when whitetail deer populations are at objective or above, which has happened. Right now, a person who has a general deer license can go and hunt mule deer in the Black Hills. And if they aren't successful because they can't find a mule deer, they can use that license then to harvest a whitetail. And from our perspective, that's good. It's good when, because whitetail are always the more challenging species to hunt. Most people prefer, and we've done polling on this, and our local field managers have looked at this for decades. People prefer to hunt mule deer first, and whitetail in Wyoming anyway is kind of a second. And so there is concern that if this was to pass, that there would be some challenges associated with obtaining a high enough level of whitetail harvest, particularly when deer numbers were high. Sportsmen, we've heard from several sportsmen. I know you've all received some emails, and there's definitely concern from sportsmen about the idea that right now, and I think Representative Haraldson brought this up at the last meeting, that there may be some folks who don't necessarily take an earlier age class mule deer because they know they're going to have a chance to fill the freezer later with a whitetail deer. And if there's a split and they could only harvest mule deer on that license, that they would be more inclined to harvest a smaller or younger age class mule deer. Again, I think there's ways to establish seasons and license limitations that would address that, but it would certainly be a challenge. And the last thing I'll say before I think you'll probably want to go to public comment after this is some sportsmen have indicated that they're concerned that, currently you have to make a choice. If you really want to hunt in a hard to draw whitetail area and you really want to hunt in a hard to draw mule deer area, you got to pick. You can't put in for both because it's one deer license. Under a new system where there were two licenses, in theory, you could apply for both, which is going to increase the demand in both of those specific hunt areas, one for mule deer, one for whitetail, and decrease the drawing odds. So with that, Madam Vice Chair, those are I think a summary of some of the discussion by the task force, as well as some of the perspectives from the agency, as well as a little bit of the public comment we've heard at this point anyway.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I have not gotten one positive. and which concerns me, with. But so is it true that the commission already can do all of this through regulation and is already actively working on this, especially in the Black Hills area where you can get quite a few tags, whitetail, on top of your current situation, with the, either with the one tag. But could you talk to me about, is this needed? Number one, if it is needed, why? If the commission already has the ability to promulgate the rules to push forward what's needed.
Director Nisbet.
Madam Vice Chair, Representative Sweeney. So the simple answer to your first question is yes, the commission does this now. They manage the two species separately under the current system. That's accurate. So one thing to keep in mind is we're really only talking about buck harvest here, because those other licenses for doe fawn are issued separately, and in some places, as you indicated, they're unlimited. You can have a general deer license and still go buy multiple additional doe fawn whitetail licenses in other parts of the state. And that wouldn't change with this. I think, again, the thought process here was that potentially the current system in statute where these species are lumped into one definition was legacy thinking. Years and years ago, when Senator Landon's dad was working for the Game and Fish, there weren't very many whitetails in the state of Wyoming. And I suspect that, when this was set up by the legislature back then, that, deer was a deer was a deer, and they're just, whitetail deer wasn't part of the equation. That's all very different now. And so this may sound very simple-minded, but at the end of the day, practically speaking, it seemed like, and this was what the task force discussed, was that if they're two separate species, they ought to be under two separate licenses. It's really that simple. If we don't change this, can the department continue to manage? Absolutely. If we do change this, can the department continue to manage? Absolutely. But as I indicated, there would be some challenges with that.
Any other questions? I think we'll go to public comment. Did Mr. Sandrini rejoin us?
Yes. I'm here.
Mr. Sandrini, go ahead and comment. We're talking about the mule deer, whitetail deer bill.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. I'm Joe Sandrini. I live on a ranch about 10 miles north of Newcastle, and I have worse luck than Mr. Falkenberg. We're on the end of the copper line and the end of the power line, and so my internet's unstable and sometimes the power goes out, so I apologize for not being able to comment before. A friend of mine, Aaron, a couple years ago was hunting mule deer and antelope southwest of Newcastle, and he went down by a stock pond and a big old whitetail buck jumped up, and he had his general deer license and was able to harvest it. Took a whitetail out of probably an area it shouldn't have been anyway. Another friend of mine, Dallas, when her was finally able to establish her residency, there were leftover doe fawn whitetail tags, and so she was able to pick up one of those and find a landowner, I think maybe through Game and Fish, where she could harvest her whitetail doe. And so the current system allowed these hunters these opportunities, and it really does provide wonderful flexibility to hunters and to landowners, as well as I think probably the game managers. Having the ability to hunt both species of deer on the same license, especially in areas like the Black Hills and Sheridan, where both species live on the same land in significant numbers, it provides a great opportunity, especially for youth and new hunters who don't have to worry about if they're looking at a mule deer or a whitetail, they can harvest that deer. It also benefits landowners in that we can direct hunters to take one species or the other, depending on what we need to do. And so I kind of wonder why we should make it harder to trying to decide if to shoot, when to shoot, for folks that are just trying to fill their freezer. I also fear that if hunters have the ability to harvest 2 bucks across the majority of the state, that it will put more pressure, hunting pressure, especially on the mule deer, and lead to overcrowding. There's a proposal from the Wildlife Task Force to limit people to 1 buck antelope tag. And with mule deer struggling in many places, why should we let hunters get 2 buck deer tags, I guess? Overcrowding of public land is a problem. I'm an avid hunter. I hunt both public and private. And this is an issue, especially with respect to mule deer early in the fall in September on the western side of the state. And then especially with whitetails, whitetail hunting and mule deer hunting in November and up in the Black Hills where I reside. And so I'm not quite sure why we would want to exacerbate the problem by giving hunters the ability to hunt both seasons on separate licenses, instead of requiring them to harvest a buck in one place or another. Game and Fish Director Nesvik mentioned that deer hunters prefer mule deer by quite a bit, and that's pretty apparent when you look at the draw odds. Whitetail licenses that Game and Fish issues a lot of times go on second choice or as leftovers. And so that would be exacerbated by this, while the mule deer licenses would have really long draw odds. And at least in my experience, a lot of times hunters who pick up licenses on a second choice or leftover, they haven't found a place to hunt on those tags. And so they end up going to the same accessible land, which makes the crowding even worse. And this scenario, like I said, also make it harder for landowners to draw the deer hunters that they want, that they're willing to let hunt. And so I'm not sure why we want to do something that would upset a lot of hunters and probably some landowners. And I guess finally, most Wyoming legislators pride themselves on keeping the size of government and regulations to a minimum. It's something that I'm definitely all for. And splitting these licenses, it's not necessary because Game and Fish can already do that. And it would mean separate deer hunting regulations, effectively doubling regulations when it's not even needed. And so I'm not sure why we want to add to regulations, the statutes, and hunter confusion, when what's intended by the proposal already occurs. It's kind of like, why do you want to fix something that's not broken? And I guess I have maybe one thing for the LSO staff. When I was reading the materials online, I see that the draft statute says whitetail is one word. And I think if you look, at least what I found on the internet, is that it's white-tailed deer, white-tailed. Anyway, I thank you very much for your time. I hope my comments came through okay with this unstable internet. Thank you.
To live at the end of the line and totally get the challenges that we face sometimes living in Wyoming. Any questions for Mr. Sandrini? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, I guess we will decide that, what do you want to do with this bill? Going once? Chairman Flintner.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I had already reached out to Director Nesvik because I had shared with him so many of the comments that we've been receiving of late. I thought this was a simple bill. But as I have discovered during my tenure as a legislator, things that I deem as simple generally are not that simple. And while it seemed like it made all the sense in the world to distinguish between the two species, obviously it's far more complicated. So it's up to the committee as to how you want to proceed with this. But I based on the public opinion that we've already received, I don't think it's going over very well. So I'm certainly not going to move the bill.
Thank you. Senator Landon.
Chairman. Me either. I've visited with a lot of hunters, and frankly, they have a lot of faith in the Game and Fish to be able to continue to operate under the current system. Most every one of them that I've run into have a great awareness of the difficulty that we have with our mule deer. And if this proposal in any way puts any pressure on that species, I don't like that. I'm not saying we don't do this down the road sometime. I don't have any problem with the science of it. I think that makes a lot of sense. But right now, for my constituents, for my hunters, they don't want this. And so that's where I am.
So is there anyone that would like to move this bill? Nope, hearing none, I guess that will not move forward. Thank you. So the good news is that caught us up a little bit on time. So
Madam Vice Chair.
oh, Representative Sweeney.
Just one more comment on that. Again, can't say enough positive. I've listened in, attended a few of the task force meetings, and just very hard work, very diligent, and please don't take this as a slap in the face by any means on that. So thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Chairman Bell, would you like to comment?
Sure. Representative Sweeney, I appreciate that. And to going back to what Senator Landon said, actually the conversation in the task force was really geared around doing exactly opposite of what this seemed to get the comment back. We understand, and probably one of the highest priorities of Game and Fish and the task force is the issues that mule deer are having, not only in Wyoming, but the Western United States. And so that wasn't the intent of the task force. Really, if this bill was 2 sentences long that just recognized that mule deer and whitetail are 2 different species, but it's 20 pages long and it doesn't do that. And so it's not as simple as Chairman Flitner said, and that was the intent of the task force. So sorry for the time that it took up on this committee. Thank you. Thank you for those kind words.
Director Nesbitt.
Nothing more on this, Madam Vice
Okay.
Chair. I was moving on to the next topic. if you're
Perfect.
ready.
Let's move on.
And I'll make it very quick. So the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force is still considering, and there's several ideas out for public comment right now. The next meeting is in September. I believe it's the 16th, if I remember correctly. And they will be considering that public comment and potentially a couple more recommendations for this committee before your final meeting in October. I think that there will be, I think there's at least a couple items that are going to come out of that as far as recommendations. There's been some discussions around non-resident special license fees. There's been some discussion around waiting periods in hard to draw areas. There's been some discussion also, I guess a lot of the other is stuff that's going to be recommended to the commission, not to this body. So I can probably end there. There's nothing new to add now, other than we're probably bringing a few more things at the next meeting.
Any other questions for Director Nesbitt or Chairman Bell? Thank you both for your time and effort and energy. I know that you work very diligently to conserve our wildlife, and I'm grateful for all your work. Thank you. Do we want to take a little break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break since we were able to. Oh, public comment on the task force information. Yes.
I've got a 6-year-old.
All right, cool.
This is my son, Cole Shaw.
Okay.
He's a 6th-generation Wyoming guy.
Okay. Can you
His-
introduce yourself,
Yeah,
Mr. Shaw?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, my name is Rob Shaw from Hoback.
No.
And this is my son Colt, and he's a 6th generation Wyomingite. His great grandfather was Charles Deloney, who started tie hacking in the Upper Green in 1867. And we've been in that part of the country since then. You may have heard that recently the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force killed the proposal for 90-10 for deer, elk, and antelope. I'm just here representing resident hunters to tell you that we're going to continue to push for that. Currently, still, Montana, Idaho, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, all treat their resident hunters better than Wyoming treats us when it comes to deer, elk, and antelope tag allocation. And we want to get that fixed. I think there's some interesting things that haven't been brought up at the task force, and that's that the overall hunting opportunity in Wyoming has been decreasing and is down. Based on the 2020 Game and Fish job completion reports, 6 of the 7 wildlife herds in Wyoming are below their statewide objectives. So this is the total population. Mountain goat, 38% below the statewide population objective. Moose, 35% below a statewide population objective. Mule deer, 30% below the statewide population objective. Antelope, 13%, bison, 11%, and mountain sheep, 4.6%. Currently, and this is based on 2020, only elk is above its population objective statewide. So overall, the opportunity for hunting in Wyoming is lower than it has been, and it's on the decline. Just recently, between 2019 and 2021, a combination of limited quoted deer and antelope tags are down over 16,000 animals or tags. And this is just because of population declines in those 2 herds. Our mule deer and our antelope are in significant decline in Wyoming. I bring these, one more statistic. Between 1998 and 2018, the number of resident moose tags offered has declined by 76%. In 1998, there were over 1,032 resident moose tags offered. In 2018, there were just 248 tags. So when we talk about 90-10 for deer, elk, and antelope, we're talking about opportunity for Wyomingites, and overall it's on the decline. And this does not take into account Wyoming's increasing population, the increasing impact of hunting in Wyoming and interest in it. And if you haven't, I don't spend a lot of time in the eastern part of the state, but COVID refugees have invaded the western part of the state. I encourage anybody, if you get a chance, to drive through Star Valley just to see the impact of that. Those places are growing significantly. So I just want to, we're actively looking now to find another sponsor for a deer, elk, and antelope 90-10 bill for this coming session. And I'm open to anybody here who wants to sponsor a bill. We'd love to have you on board, Senator Salazar, to help us sponsor and continue this push. We're going to keep pushing until we get this through. And I'll be open for any questions.
Questions? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So are you on the point, all of the statistics you just read, are you insinuating that it's all the problem of game and fish, that all of our populations are dropping?
No, it's just
Mr.
a
Shaw.
fact that the opportunity in Wyoming is dropping because the populations are down. Drought's a big part of deer, elk, and deer and antelope. Disease for sheep. So it's just a fact that the opportunity is declining because their herd numbers are declining.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your comments. And thank you for bringing your son. Any other public comment? Did we have anything online at all? Okay, public comment is closed. And then we will take a 5-minute break. Get up and move around, and then we'll be back to the Wyoming coordinate system at 3:25. This is. So we'll start with the Wyoming coordinate system. Is Karen Rogers online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Karen. Thank you
Fantastic.
for joining us. And if you want to go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So my name is Karen Rogers, and I have a history of working as a GIS professional for about 20 years, over 20 years. And I'm here to share information with you on the State Plane Coordinate System modernization effort. And I don't know how much background you want me to go into, but happy to start wherever you want me to.
We have the memorandum that's been created by the LSO staff. And I wondered if you had anything to add to that.
Madam Chair.
Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. LSO did a memo that kind of explains some of the challenges we've had in looking at the legislation. And when that point comes up in the hearing, I think maybe this bill maybe isn't quite ready for prime time and needs another look before our next meeting. So I think, you know, if it's appropriate and okay with this committee, I would love to take another crack at the legislation and see if we can come up with something that isn't related to this memo or the bill that you have in front of you. But I think there's tremendous value in having Karen kind of give us the overview of her work and how this kind of issue came to my attention, at least. And just looking at our agenda, we have until 3:50 before we move to our conversation on outdoor trails. So, you know, Karen, if you want to be mindful of presenting within that time frame and allowing committee members to ask you questions and having some time for that.
Thank you. Karen or Miss Jones? Rogers, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Madam Chair,
Excuse me.
That's fine. Yes, and Madam Chair Ellis, thank you for that. And so, yeah, if I can go into just a little bit of background of this topic and why it is important, and then try to clear up kind of where the discussion has gone and try to steer it back to, I think, a better direction for it to take. That's how I would like to spend my time. So,
perfect.
Okay, thank you. So for a little background, you know, when the Western United States were first purchased and westward expansion began, President Lincoln recognized that we needed a public land survey system to divvy up this, you know, expansive government land to be definable so that it could be transferred to private ownership to some extent. And so, you know, surveyors were sent out with theodolites and literal chains to measure out townships and ranges and then square sections of land to derive legal land descriptions. And that is the basis for, you know, private land ownership and how we describe land parcels. And so sections are marked by monuments, and nowadays professional surveyors go out and remonument those section corners. And with the advent of GIS, what we have done is try to assign coordinates to those section corners. And as you can imagine, through time, the technology that we can use to measure those coordinates has improved vastly. And so there's a federal agency called the National Geodetic Survey, or NGS, which is a branch of NOAA. And they have an army of geodesists. And so geodesists are scientists that measure the center of the earth and also are tasked with measuring elevations because the earth is not perfectly round. It's actually an ellipsoid, and you know where the center of the earth is, and it changes with gravitational pull and the magnetic pull. And so that changes and it affects where things are, and you know, the plates that we are on, the tectonics move. And so it is, you know, an evolving and ever moving system. That said, again, we have much better instrumentation to measure coordinates and measure what's now called the height above ellipsoid to get those 3D coordinates. So the X and Y values, which are latitude and longitude, and then now the Z value, which is that height above ellipsoid. And so we measure those using GPSs that are triangulated using satellites. And then we also have what's called CORS networks, or continuously operating reference system. And those are stations across the country that are, proven locations that continuously send out signals for surveyors to tie locations to. And so what NGS has done is, they've put out different datums based on where they measure the center of the earth to be. So the first datum that you might recognize on old USGS topo maps is NAD 27, and NAD stands for North American Datum. So we had NAD 27, and then they upgraded to NAD 83. And so now what they're ready to put out is the State Plane Coordinate System of 2022. And that is what the name will be, even though it will not be ready for prime time until they estimate 2025. And that delay was partially due to COVID, partially due to staff turnover, partially due to nothing ever works on schedule. But to prepare for this, what they did was work with states. So each state has a state coordinator that is a volunteer position, preferably in state government, that serves as a liaison between the GIS and surveying communities in the state and the NGS regional coordinator. And so for years, those state coordinators have been working with NGS staff to develop what this new state plane coordinate system was supposed to be. And so this process started in like 2018. And there was a gentleman who worked for YDOT. His name was Mark Corbridge. He first served as that state coordinator. And then when he retired, the duty was given to me when I was the state GIS coordinator. And so in Mark's time, again, we worked with the interested GIS professionals and professional licensed surveyors. And we had the discussion about what state plane system we wanted for Wyoming, what we needed for our professional communities. And so Dr. Herb Stoughton, who I believe was at the last committee meeting, he largely was responsible for submitting the plans. And there was a back and forth conversation between professionals in Wyoming and NGS to develop, what they're going to deliver for Wyoming, I believe mid-2023. And so there has been buy-in, and there is a lot of confidence in the Wyoming community on the science that NGS is doing and the need for this. And so why it's important is because cities and counties require surveyors and engineers to provide their surveys and plans right now we have the legislation, the statute that requires using NAD 83. And if we, so all these plans are submitted using NAD 83. And once we have a new datum, it's important for everyone to be on board to use that new datum so that all those plans line up in space and time and in height. And everyone knows what to use so that, all these engineering plans and land surveys and infrastructure plans, again, line up and are using the same coordinate system. And I'm happy to go into that more, but what I remember from that memo that I read that LSO staff produced and some of the other conversations that I'd had. So NGS came out with model legislation, so recommended language that states can use. And 2 states already have signed and adopted this legislation, and it's now statute. And those are Washington and Kentucky. And Alaska has a draft bill. And the better approach is not to be, like I've seen the draft bill for this interim topic, and it's far too complicated. Like instead of replacing NAD 83 with the state plane coordinate system of 2022, it's recommended to be much more general and just say, so we don't have to come back and do this again in 30 or 40 years, just say, whatever is the latest datum the NGS puts out, that's what the Wyoming community will be required to use. And that way it's, again, just going with what NGS puts out. So once they make the switch, then that's what people should expect to use. And it just, alleviates, again, having to go through this again when NGS has to go through this process again. And I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible.
I appreciate that. And that was kind of my question would be, wouldn't it be better to put in legislation best available technology for lack of a better term? But my question is, for surveyors, do they know what that, if we were to redraft this and say, you'll use whatever is current, I forget the term you used, but would that be current with the surveyors? Would they be using that in the time frame? So if we say on September 1st, we're going to start using Model X, will the surveyors have that technology available to them on September 1st? Is that clear enough?
Yes, Madam Chair. So yeah, the way it would work is, so we have our professional GIS organization that uses state plane coordinate system at more of a statewide scale. And then the professional licensed surveyors of Wyoming have their own group. And then licensed, I can't remember their acronym, but professional engineers have their own organization. And so definitely there would have to be outreach and education done through all of these organizations, professional organizations, to educate these people that this is what is now adopted and this is what we need to start using from here forward. And that's kind of why we, in discussing this with Senator Ellis and Representative Flintner, that, there is a kind of a timeline to this that we need to meet to be prepared to do that education and outreach so that people are ready and aware that they need to switch over and adopt the new system when it's ready. But, to answer that question a little more, so the software that we use, whether it's in GIS or, engineering software, AutoCAD, basically, there are tools written into those software to deal with this. So it doesn't take much on our part to do it. It just, fortunately there are smarter people who write software who can make those switches and make sure the transformations are correct so that the data is accurate from one version to the next.
Any other questions or any questions from the committee? Representative Knapp.
Well, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So just for my understanding, in talking to our own GIS within our county, currently, I'm going to equate it to AutoCAD. Basically, there can be up to 8 different versions of GIS coordinates. And when they go to map something at the county level, they have software that basically takes anything that anyone gave them and converts it. Is that true in that understanding? Is that if you went to a new standard and not everybody had that standard, would it be transferred and basically rewritten at the GIS level at the county?
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Representative Knapp. So yes, I mean, again, when plans are submitted, they should be marked or indicated somehow what datum they're using for those. And so as long as that metadata is attached to that file, then the county staff can make those correct transformations. It's just, it's going to be harder to stay on top of some things are in this system and some things are in this system, when it's better to just, have agreement and have everybody following the same system. And that just is going to make for better data. Will reduce chances for inaccuracies.
Representative Knapp.
Yes, one follow-up. So what would be the cost of doing this is my concern, is because I do equate it to Windows 360 or Windows 11 and technology keeps going that quickly. And which is why you talked about making it generic. But what is the cost associated to every county and every entity in converting that?
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Representative Knapp. So there is no cost. I mean, it doesn't cost counties anything to make this switch. In fact, it would cost more in inaccurate data to not make the switch. again, the software that we use have these selections written into them so that, the tools that we use are ready to absorb this workflow and impact. And so there is no additional cost to counties or to the state to say we will adopt this new system once NGS is ready to put it out and publish it. Again, there's more risk of not adopting the new datum and having some people use it, some people not, and data being potentially not lining up and less accurate.
Any other questions? Representative Knapp.
With the testimony that we had, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. With the testimony that we had before, the two standards side by side, I believe was negligible. So again, my concern is if we adopt standards that the rest of the state has to comply with, whether they're engineers, whether they're in other industries, I believe there would be some cost to them to do that. And I have a concern that we are adopting a standard that currently for NAD 83, if engineers did not have that standard necessarily, it is accounted for and changed it at the level that it needs to be with software currently. So are we constantly chasing standards that are adapted anyway through time?
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Representative Knapp. So again, professional surveyors in the GIS community already use NAD 83. And it's part of how, when you create data, you have to assign it a coordinate system and say what datum it was made in. And that's part of your data creation process. And so with the new state plane coordinate system, again, everyone in the professional communities realize that it's only for the better because it's more accurately measuring those coordinates, your X, Y, and Z values. And so it's better data, better defined, better measured. And when you create those files, it's that simple. You just click and say, this is the datum that I used to create this data. And then that metadata stays associated with that file as it goes through the system, and the data is submitted to the county and is incorporated into their land records or into the engineering designs. So again, people are doing it now. It's just a different selection, again, representing that better instrumentation, better measuring. And to me, this is one of the success stories of science. And again, geodesy has improved because technology has improved. The federal government has gone through great lengths to test this out and build their models and get feedback from the user communities to build this data better. And don't we all want better data? That's my professional opinion, is that it will build better data.
Any other questions? Senator Landon.
Madam Vice Chairman, thank you very much. I apologize for riding a slower horse this afternoon, but I always like to ask a question. If we take this forward, who's going to throw rocks at the windshield? What are we going to run into? I just get this feeling that there's somebody who doesn't want this. So can you maybe address that for me?
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Representative Senator Landon, I'm sorry. Again, this process that NGS led with the state coordinators was collaborative. And so there were discussions between the GIS community and the professional licensed surveyors about these systems. We're using them now. And so to get a little more technical, so what we have is, if you think about making maps. So if we look at a map of Wyoming and I point at Cheyenne and say, I'm from here, my big fat finger won't show you if my house is in the Avenues or if it's in Sweetgrass or if it's out north at Mustang Ridge. That's because of the scale of that data, of how we're looking at it. Whereas if I'm in Pinedale and I show that, this is my lot and it's right next to Fremont Lake, you can see that this is the section corner, this is BLM land, this is Forest Service land, and this is my land. And you can dial in at that finer scale. And so that's what the state plane coordinate system does too. We have 4 different zones that provide better accuracy and detail for professional licensed surveyors when they're working in their communities, depending on where they are in the state. And those 4 zones are defined because of the curvature of the earth. And so again, if you imagine peeling the skin off of an orange, when we're trying to model the 3-dimensional world through a 2-dimensional computer, there's some distortion that takes place. And so what the state plane coordinate system does is try to rectify that distortion more accurately in these different zones so that the distortions are minimized through that modeling through GIS. And so we have the 4 different zones that, again, are more fine-tuned to more local activities. And then we have a statewide zone, which is used more by the GIS professionals who make maps more at a county or statewide scale. And then we have one more zone that covers the Wind River Indian Reservation because of, they're unique unto themselves. So, if you ask the professional licensed surveyors and the GIS professionals in the state of Wyoming, nobody objects to this. Nobody is against it. And I haven't heard anyone not wanting to proceed with this.
Senator Landon.
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe Karen, this would help too. Suppose that Wyoming does nothing, we don't pass legislation, and 10 years down the road, we're the only state that doesn't do anything. What kind of impact does that have if, we're the 50th state that doesn't adopt the newest standard and all 49 other states do? What does that mean for us?
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Madam Chair Ellis. So there are some states, surprisingly, that never adopted NAD 83. I can't remember off the top of my head which one. There's like one. And part of it is because they feel like they didn't have to specify it. And I may be misspeaking. I should get specific details before I speak for another state. But I can tell you that for Wyoming, if we were not to adopt this, it would compound inaccuracies of data that is already not very well coordinated and not very well. I don't want to say our data is not accurate, but it is not shared. It is not. So sorry, I'm struggling with how to explain this without getting too techie. So when surveyors go out and read monument section corners in any given county, those monumentations are recorded at the county level with the county seat. And those coordinates are never sent anywhere else. So they don't go up to a state level so that we could have fine tune a land grid at a statewide scale so that private parcel mapping records would align across county borders, and line up nicely across the whole state. We don't have that. And so if we don't adopt the state plane coordinate system modernization, then those inaccuracies would be compounded and our land records will get more mismatched across county boundaries. And that is not to say, so there's a difference between lines of occupation and lines of ownership. A line is a line, a fence line is a fence line. That's where somebody's property ends and somebody else's property begins. We're not talking about moving those lines. It's simply how those are represented in GIS, how we're modeling the earth in the computer system that we need to fine tune because of all the applications across state government and the private sector that use those data.
Follow up. Thank you. Pat, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. So the way I read this, the enactment date isn't until 2026. So for various reasons, partially because some of the technology, the way I read it, and that might be the wrong word, isn't going to be available in 2025. So are we really needing this right now? Or should this be delayed a year? Or I guess I'm concerned, are we ahead of ourselves?
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Vice Chair Newsom and Representative Sweeney. So my answer to that is again, there are some states who have already updated their legislation to adopt the more generalized, whatever is the latest datum by NGS is what the state will use. We can do that right now, and it wouldn't change what anyone does, because the latest and greatest datum the NGS has is NAD 83. And so there's no harm in putting in, I think modifying the draft bill that is before you now and I can send you the one from Washington that I think is very clear and is would be implementable, next in 2023, because it just says whatever NGS says, this is what we have, this is what we should use. That's what Wyoming would use, whatever the timeline is. And this way, we're done. We don't ever have to address this again. And the state plane coordinate system will be a self-propagating good point of, good state government and federal government working together.
Representative Winter.
Madam Chairman. My concern is that I'm sure most of you know that the original system had some flaws in it, and there were some mistakes made over the years. And I'm just wondering, is this new system going to compensate for that some way so that the land we think we own today is not the exact land that we will own tomorrow? It just seems to me that maybe we're jumping the gun here, and knowing how the original surveys were made, I just don't understand how it's going to coordinate this new system with the old, where there were mistakes made on the ground. And so how is that going to affect the current public records in each county when it comes right down to establishing which is right or which is wrong? Thank you.
Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair Newsom and Representative Winter. So again, this is challenging to explain, but yeah, section corner is a section corner, and that is what holds primacy over whatever maps anyone makes. Whatever is on the ground is the property line. Again, it's how we're modeling that through these paper maps and through maps, now web maps. That's where those inaccuracies come up. And I am fully confident, and my professional community is confident, that this new datum that NGS is putting out is better at measuring where those section corners really are and producing better maps to solve some of those flaws that you described. Now, again, there is a process, and I looked into it, and I visited with a professional surveyor last week about the process that surveyors go through when there are disagreements on the ground. And I'm not a surveyor, so I will not speak to that, but there are some statutes on the books, and there is a process that surveyors go through with landowners to try to remedy those disputes. Again, the state plane coordinate system of 2022 will produce better, more defensible data to define those. And I think it's in everybody's best interest to be using the best available data and science to make these decisions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's work towards wrapping this up. I think that we are not going to take any action on the legislation in front of us at this point. I think we will kind of take your information and take that back to LSO. and go forward from there. Thank you for taking the time with us today. I sure appreciate it.
Madam Vice Chair, everyone else, thank you very much for all your time and your work on this. I appreciate it too.
Is there any public comment? Okay, we'll move on to the outdoor trails and pathways, recreation funding concepts. I guess it's my name on the list, but if the state parks folks and the outdoor recreation folks would come up. Jeremiah, do you want to join as well? Since you are on this. As we know, as a committee, we've been working on the funding for outdoor recreation as well as an outdoor recreation grant program that we discussed last committee meeting. And Jeremiah has provided us with an awesome spreadsheet about what other states are doing. And so I'm going to ask you to go over that, not in terrific detail, but in some detail, what you gleaned from that and what you would suggest might be some information that we could use as we go forward in this funding model.
Great. Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann. Today, I'm representing myself in sort of a personal interest in trails, pathways, and outdoor recreation in the state of Wyoming. I'll provide some professional comments later on some of the legislation, but wanted to make it clear in terms of this is just me working as a citizen in the state. As I start out, I want to just mention you've heard some conversation and you have bills before you about concepts to help address this issue. You've heard from the department conversation about a mountain bike user fee. You have the legislation that would appropriate general funds towards pathway and trail development in the state. And I am a strong supporter of those concepts. But I'm concerned, and that's really the genesis of this spreadsheet, I'm concerned that in terms of the mountain bike user fee, it's focused on one user group and perhaps doesn't hit a larger part of the equation here. I'm also concerned about a one-time appropriation that, while it will do good things, won't be a long-term sustainable solution. So from that, I sat down one evening and started thinking about what others are doing and began that research. And with the help of some others, have put before you what you have today. In terms of these solutions that are here, part of my interest is fourfold in this conversation. One, I would like to find funding for the Office of Outdoor Recreation. That's certainly, I think, a priority of yours. I want to find funding for trails and pathways across the state. I want to find more funding for our parks and recreation in the local areas. And another one that's really been on my mind a lot over the course of the last year, and for those of you that have been watching the judiciary hearings this summer, is safe pathways to school. Unfortunately, my boys go to the school that that fatality happened at, and I happened to be dropping them off that morning, so it's certainly a passion of mine, and that's the same school I dropped my kids off at this morning. So those are the four priorities that I have been thinking about this. And I don't suggest that I'm an expert, but I hope that this informs you. I'm not going to go into all the details in here. I will be very brief, but I wanted to just mention that I found examples relative to pathways and trails. Those are the elements that you see highlighted in green. I found some examples that include outdoor recreation. Those are in blue. And at the back are some that would include, the blue includes pathways and outdoor recreation, and the orangish is just outdoor recreation. But I'm going to talk about them very broadly because I think some of these models could be applied to any. You can see there's lots of cells that are not completed. This would have taken a lifetime. I wanted your feedback before I go further in trying to define some of those. But what my research found is that there are roughly sort of 16 models that states and other places in the world are using. Those briefly, and I'm happy to dig into the states if you have an interest in that, but those are 1, bonds, 2, lottery funds, 3, the general fund, 4, developer impact fees, 5, the sales tax, and that is both at the local and the state level, and includes Wyoming. 6 would be local bike registration fees. 7 would be an excise tax on bicycles. 8 is voluntary. 9 is lodging tax. 10 is highway funds. 11 is vehicle registration fees. 12, traffic violations. 13, property tax. 14, trail pass. 15, interest earnings, and 16, a real estate transfer tax. I'm going to just briefly highlight 10 of those, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have, and we can dig in deep. So the first example that I'll use comes from Colorado Springs. There, the municipality imposes a $4 excise tax on the sale of each bicycle that's sold within the city, and that's used for bikeway improvements throughout the community. In Idaho, they have instituted an optional trails supporter sticker that can go on your bicycle. And that particular fee in that state generated $18,000 between June of 2020 and June of 2021. So not a significant amount, but certainly something. The next one that I'll highlight comes from Oregon. And there, they, at the state level, have mandated that a reasonable amount, it's an undefined number, although as I understand it, it's roughly 1 to 2%. But a reasonable amount of state highway funds shall be provided to footpaths and bicycle trails whenever a highway, road, or street is being constructed, reconstructed, or relocated. So they've made a commitment of some amount of both state and local dollars that have to go towards those. Oregon has also imposed an excise tax of $15 per bicycle that's sold within the state. I will admit that's one that has garnered a lot of negative attention from the bicycle community, largely because it's not dictated that that funding actually go towards bicycle pathway improvements, but can be used to other things. But it is a model that exists out there. In Wisconsin, they require any individual that's 16 years or older to purchase a state trails pass in order to recreate on certain pathways within the state. And as I understand that, that has generated a fairly significant amount of revenue that has been dedicated to pathway development within the state. The next one I'll highlight, I'll admit, is one of my favorites, if you will, amongst the group, and that's from Alabama. And this is something that perhaps Wyoming could consider, but they passed a constitutional amendment some years ago that requires that at least 10% of the interest earnings from offshore natural gas royalties, which is capped at $15 million, has to go towards outdoor recreation and conservation purposes. So something perhaps for us to think about, given the significant investments that we have in savings. Arizona requires that 3/8 of 1% of its state sales tax for a period of, I believe, 25 years will be dedicated towards a variety of different outdoor recreation purposes. Similar to my interest, they break it into like 3 or 4 different categories that they're interested in. The next one that I'll mention is the state of Georgia. And this is something that the state of Texas also does, but they deposit 75% of the revenue derived from the state sales and use tax collected on outdoor recreation equipment. Another interesting model, given that it would presumably hit user groups that are recreating outdoors. And that is something that they've also moved via constitutional amendment. So that's interesting that you do see that in a number of places. Missouri is another one that had a constitutional amendment, which takes 1/8 of 1% sales tax and dedicates it to outdoor recreation purposes. They do that in 10-year increments and take it back to the voters every 10 years and have received approval since 1984 every year for that. In 2016 was the last time that was passed, and it was passed in every single county in that state to implement that diversion. The last one that I'll mention is a neighboring state in Utah. Not only do they dedicate a portion of their state lodging tax, they have now instituted a 1% sales and use tax to construct infrastructure and upgrade and replace existing recreational infrastructure across the state. So as I mentioned, roughly 16 different models that are available to you in all different forms, everything from statutory to local regulation to constitutional amendments. And I ultimately think there is something that is in there that could go to one or all the purposes that I've mentioned, or even purposes that you might have. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for doing all of that research. I know that was quite a chore, and we sure appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeremiah, when you were doing this research, can you just kind of give us a sense of what, when they did the 75% of state sales tax on outdoor equipment in Georgia, just kind of the universe of what that includes? I'm guessing things like, obvious things like bicycles and paddle boards, but is it jackets? I mean, how far does that go? Do you know?
Yeah, Madam Chairwoman, as I understand it, it's any of the equipment that's sold in outdoor retailers. So if you think about a Jack's Sporting Goods, a Dick's Sporting Goods, REI is now in Jackson. It's a specific NAICS code, and so they're able to capture that data and then use that revenue as it's deposited with the State Department of Revenue and put it into that particular area. What I don't know is whether, if say you're at a Sportsman's Warehouse, whether it would carve out certain sales there, such as guns and ammunition. I don't know that answer.
Do you have a follow-up? Thank you. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So Jeremiah, thanks for this. I'm really struck by the fact that there really isn't one type of state in terms of policy or whatever. I mean, there's some conservative states on this. There's some less conservative states on this list. My question to you is, have you been made aware of any other states that are wrestling as we are with where to go from here? It seems to me this is a big area of policy discussion, whether somebody has adopted anything or not. Have you heard from about states having this conversation other than us?
Mr. Riemann.
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Landon, I suspect the gentleman to my right can talk a lot more about this, but what I think my research bore was that nearly every state, even those that have these mechanisms in place, are continuing to struggle with it. As one example, I was reading a report out of Colorado, and we all know the success that they've had with their lottery system and making investments, but they're still trying to find other mechanisms. And I found a 30 or 40 page report from them. Headwaters Economics has a report out as well, and it goes into the struggles, again, that those like us or that even have these mechanisms are continuing to struggle on how to figure out to fund these systems.
Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. So it seems to me, would there be a mechanism? And I'm certainly not the expert in counties mechanisms, but if the legislature passed some sort of a bill authorizing interested counties in adopting an additional mill or 2 mills on property tax for the use of outdoor recreation. As an example, Natrona County has a great deal of infrastructure with our trail systems. Part of those are county, part of a lot of in the city of Casper. But perhaps I don't have knowledge of what Crook County has, but more rural in nature, less suburban, may not have a need. So it could be a county option. Is that something to think about or look at?
Yeah,
Mr. Ryman.
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Sweeney may be putting on my County Commissioners Association hat and understanding the difficulty that we're all having relative to property tax in our current environment. It is certainly an option. It's an option you see in the mix here. It is an option again, that if it was available, could be instituted by counties at under whatever structure you put forward. So I'm not going to say no, it shouldn't be part of the mix, but I suspect that most of my commissioners will be rather hesitant at this point in time to take something like that forward.
Senator Guru.
Thanks, Jeremiah, and I too appreciate all this work, and I saw too, and when you highlighted Alabama, what they were doing. I wanted to ask a question about another state, Indiana. It says that they used ARPA funds. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. Madam Chairwoman, Senator Guru, you see that actually happening in the state of Wyoming. You all appropriated funding specifically for that. There are many other states that are putting significant amounts. Indiana happens to be one of those. The problem for me is, again, I was looking for sustainable long-term solutions, and I'm concerned about whether that is one of those. It's a good shot in the arm, but it may not be the silver bullet.
Follow.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree, and that's kind of what I was wondering, if we looked at that as like the opener and then tried to come up with another source. Did you see that as a possible? And I know you've got ideas on that, so I just wanted to see if we were both heading in the same direction.
Yeah. Madam Chairwoman, Senator Guru, in fact, this is something that the Vice Chair and I talked about specifically. Is you see that a number of these are done through a constitutional amendment. And so even there, I think there has to be a short-term solution that leads to that long-term solution if the voters so desire. So yes, I think we're on the same path.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions? Senator Schuler.
And Vice Chair, just a quick question. Actually, it might be better for Sandra, but I'll throw it out anyway and see if Jeremiah can answer it. But I know there's a lot of money at the federal level for safer routes to school. Is there money available, just safer routes that can be used for walkways and pathways as well without the school, misnomer on it?
Jeremiah, Sandra, do you want to
I defer on that one.
join our CAPI group?
Madam Vice Chair, Sandra Sanderson with YDOT. Yes, it's the Transportation Alternatives Program.
So can you be closer to the microphone, Sandra? Thank you.
Senator Schuler. There is funding available, and WIDA does receive that from FHWA. It's the Transportation Alternatives Program. It does pay for pathways. There's currently 32 million in unfunded need for those projects at this point.
Follow up? Any other questions? All right. Would you like to weigh in on this, Deputy Director Glenn?
Madam Chair, Dave Glenn, Deputy Director of Wyoming State Parks.
I think there's a couple things I want to add on to what Sandra just said. There is also the RTP program, which kicks out about $1.8 million a year, and pathways are available for that. The community of Casper has taken good advantage of that for their pathways program along the river as well. But I think stepping back, we've talked about the economic impacts. We've talked about all the other things, but there's one thing Representative Flitner and I have discussed quite a bit too, and it's that piece of educating, dispersing, and concentrating folks when they visit our state. And if we want to keep people off of private land, if I was out mountain biking a couple of years ago in the spring in an elk parturition area, and I sat down and I see these elk and they're calving, and it was a really neat thing. And we saw these mountain bikers just go blowing through these elk and taking off through them. If we had a trail that would attract these folks, it would be good for wildlife. And I think that's the piece on that concentrating folks on trying to do that piece, as well as educating them. And then at times we're going to need to disperse them as well. So I just wanted to throw that piece in on the reasoning on why we're trying to do these things.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Jeremiah, I guess you and I think, are concerned about the safety of kids getting to school, because my son goes to that same school. My kids were trying to be dropped off that morning last year when that young man was killed, and it was awful. And so there's kind of that urban safety question. And then the need for recreation, for protecting wildlife. So I'm just kind of curious, as you've been doing all this research, how you see those kind of competing balances of urban pathways and bikeways versus, outdoor recreation, completely out in wilderness type areas. How do you, doing this research, I'm just struggling to see where we should be kind of prioritizing or having some thoughts on how we direct funds.
Yeah.
Jeremiah.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman, Senator Ellis. For me, they're all connected. I think ultimately when we have pathways in communities, safe pathways to schools, that gives us, even a gentleman like me that is very passionate about single track mountain biking in the state of Wyoming, that gives me a connection to the community. If I can then get out to other trails that are connected to that same system, all the better. I'll use this community that we're in today. I'll be staying at one of the local hotels tomorrow morning. I'm going to get on my mountain bike and I'm going to ride right out there. I'm going to ride right up that hill where this community has put a trail system in. And that's a wonderful benefit. But it also connects right next to the school and the routes that others might use. And then, of course, I want to see other trail systems out in the further hinterlands, or if you're in Laramie, using the Pilot Hill as an example, getting to school, after school, going and recreating on that parcel and being able to get up to the Forest Service land on top, all the better. So for me, they're all connected. I think we just have to make the policy decision about how much to dedicate to each one of these particular areas. As one of the examples, I apologize, just quickly scanning back, Arizona, they have compartmentalized that 33% will go to their outdoor heritage fund, 20% will go to their arts and cultural heritage fund, and then 14.25% will go to parks and trails fund. So really, I gave you 4 of my priorities. We can divvy that up however we want to.
Any other questions, comments? Representative Banks.
Not so sure that this is a question so much as just a comment. I think, first of all, school safety is obviously paramount. We just had a fatality in my community yesterday of a young man riding his bike home from school. And like you said, it's putting those kids on the streets or on the sidewalks where they really need to be elsewhere. Shifting gears to the tourism sector, though, I think we saw a lot of that this summer when Yellowstone was closed, and where we heard that from 2 of the concessionaires this morning, that they saw a decrease because Yellowstone was closed. And the message that was coming out was, Yellowstone is closed, there's nothing else to do here. And I think we need to develop more tourism in other parts of the state to say, hey, Thermopolis is a great spot. Yellowstone has 4 million people a year. Thermopolis has a few 100,000 maybe. This is a much better spot. Sweetwater County, Torrington, wherever. And so I think this is maybe one of the mechanisms to help us diversify. We talk about diversifying our economy all the time. We also need to diversify our tourism product. It's not just Yellowstone, and with all due respect to my friend from Teton County, it's not just Teton County. And so I think this goes to helping us do that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Deputy Director Glenn.
Madam Chairwoman, as you know, we received about $12 million in ARPA funds to put to the ground for outdoor recreation infrastructure. We're just finishing up the first granting tranche that we've looked at that will end today. And I have a feeling it'll be about $30 or $40 million in requests. At this point in time, we have about $18 million in requests. 8 million of that is for natural surface trails from local communities. And it's very interesting, as you were mentioning, Representative Banks, places like Dayton, Goshen County, Laramie County, Natrona County, Upton, Thermopolis, Converse County. So it's very spread out, Evanston, Sweetwater County, Green River. So it's very interesting. We were very excited to see a lot of communities saying this is what we want in our communities.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, I think we'll move to the legislation for the scratch. Oh, do we need public comment yet? No. We'll move to the legislation for scratch tickets. I know this is a interest of Mr. Ryman on both sides of this discussion. So if you want to put on your county commissioner hat and join us. So Mr. Glenn, would you like to go through this piece of legislation, or LSO? Lucas, would you like to go through this? If you would walk us through, that'd be great, Luke. Dave, you can probably stay. Jeremiah, you can probably stay.
Vice Chair Newsom, members of the committee, Luke Plum, Legislative Service Office. Here is what is draft bill 23 LSO 0141 is scratch tickets, outdoor recreation funding. The primary purpose of this bill is to allow scratch off lottery tickets to support outdoor recreation funding. The beginning of this bill is it does create a new section that would create the outdoor recreation office funding account. It does require that the state treasurer credit to the account funds attributable to scratch off ticket games as is specified in statute. Interest and other earnings on the funds within the account will be credited to the account, and they can be expended by the Department of State Parks upon appropriation by the legislature to support recreation areas and facilities. And so that's the primarily new part. There are several amended sections in this bill as well. Currently, the definition of lotteries excluded scratch-off tickets, so it's been amended to include lottery and state and multi-state scratch-off tickets, games, and then also included a definition of scratch-off ticket to mean a game ticket with a covering over the game symbols located in the play area that when scratch reveals a specific result.
Okay, the committee has just received suggestion of amendments from the County Commission Association, as well as a lottery review, Wyoming Lottery Review handout. So I guess we can go over the County Commissioners Association suggestions for this bill, which seems to be delete entirely. If you would take that with your change of name tag.
Madam
Mr.
Chairwoman, I now represent the County Commissioners Association on this particular piece of legislation. I did hand out 2 documents and I'll just go through them briefly. For those of you that have been working on this, you know that we've had concerns about this legislation. My intent is to be helpful and productive in this. I'm going to start with the Wyoming Lottery Revenue document. This actually is a piece of a report that we provide to county commissioners on an annual basis so that they can understand the revenues that they're receiving and be helpful in their budgeting process. On the first side of it, you see the current distribution model for the lottery revenue. In particular, I would just point to the bottom right because that's ultimately where the revenue distribution comes in under this. And all of that current funding is dedicated to cities, towns, and counties. Now, there was one point in time where the legislature, when it stood up the Wyoming Lottery, had a distribution to the schools if there was revenue ever in excess of $6 million. As you'll see in a second, we've never gotten close to that. But number two, the legislature took out that distribution. So now all of the funding is dedicated to local government. So that obviously brings our interest to this conversation. I'm going to flip to the back side of that and just point to a couple of things. You'll see in fiscal year 2019, the distribution to counties that year amounted to just over $1.9 million. The next fiscal year, that dropped to just over $1 million. And for fiscal year 2021, I can tell you that the distribution was just short of $1.17 million. So why that drop off? In 2019, we actively worked with you all to make some changes to the lottery system in order to make them more functional and sustainable as an organization. I'll just use one example relative to that. My association puts aside $5,000 a year for us to ultimately purchase a new vehicle in a few years for whoever's sitting in my seat to do their job. They couldn't do that at the Wyoming Lottery Board. And so we supported being able to have that structure. But what that did is that it took an investment away from the local governments, understanding that we were making a more functional organization long term, and that we would support that. Why do I bring that to your attention? Well, it's likely not in, there's certainly other options. The lottery could take out a loan perhaps, but it's likely they would dip into their reserves to stand up a scratch ticket system. And from our perspective, that was built off of monies that otherwise would have gone to local governments. And so you can imagine our concern if that's not backfilled, or if there's no mechanism in this legislation to backfill that. And so that's why you see the first of the amendments that I have in front of you today. The other one, of course, is that distribution, if nothing else happened and you expanded into scratch tickets, that money be coming to my folks or to municipalities to do positive things. And although I'm a strong supporter of the Office of Outdoor Recreation, there's no dictate that any of that money ultimately comes back out to the ground in local communities. So what I've tried to do with the two proposed options before you, I'm not going to say they're perfect. Probably take some additional work on my behalf and on your behalf, depending on where we want to go. So I'm just trying to present some options. The first option that is proposed in there would keep the distribution just exactly as it is. You'll see that it would still go to municipalities and counties, but it would require that at least a portion of that be dedicated to outdoor recreation. I think I put 10% in there. You could put another percent in there if you wanted to. But it's one concept where my folks at the local level would have a decision to make if they had a population greater than 2,000, which for all counties were already there, some municipalities maybe not. The second option would be to send the money as you've outlined in the legislation, but require that there be some collaboration at the local level with county commissioners and with local municipalities on the distribution of that. Again, these aren't perfect, perhaps additional conversation. I'm trying to be productive as I suggested that I would, and that's what I've brought forward with you. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have of me on this issue.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I really appreciate it. So Jeremiah, I realize you're doing your job and you do it well, and I appreciate the suggestions of the amendment. What's in my mind, though, is that it doesn't address what you just got done telling us this afternoon. It stops at the city and county level. And so what do we do with the shortcoming in our ability to develop outdoor trails? And so admittedly, I'm sure you might admit that that doesn't get us all the way there. Any thoughts about what we could do to take care of this statewide effort that we've been touching on this afternoon?
Right.
Jeremiah.
Madam Chairwoman, Senator Landon, a couple of things. One, I do think that it is a contribution towards that, and that's my intent, to ensure that there is some contribution there, and we can talk about what percentages should be. But the other thing that I would just point to is, as I understand it, the Office of Outdoor Recreation needs about $750,000 or $1 million to continue operating as it stands and be able to be incredibly functional. And as you can tell right now, the revenues that are generated from this system barely would touch that. And so I would perhaps make an argument that this isn't a big enough source of funding to do everything that we'd like to do and for what I had just testified. As I understand it, going into scratch might get you close to just that number, but not be able to do safe pathways to schools or those other things. So it's not my intent to try and throw a wrench in the bigger picture here, but it is to bring some legitimate issues to your attention.
Senator Landon.
Sure, thank you, Jeremiah.
Senator Schuler.
Yeah, my question basically goes, I actually have two questions. How much do you think it would cost to stand up the scratch games? And then secondly, would it be possible to take a look at, once you backfill the amount of money that it takes to set it up, then could it all be diverted after that to recreation fund rather than, having to go to the cities, the counties, and then have it split up and dispersed that way?
Jeremiah.
Madam Chairwoman, I think the first question is better directed to the agency, but I do believe that they provided that estimate to you all last year as part of the process. In terms of the second, I think the second option here does that, although of course there is that local coordination component. Again, maybe it's not properly crafted, but I think that's where that would direct. Otherwise, you select what you put forward, and that of course would accomplish that goal.
Thank you. I just need to make a comment. It has never been my intent, or I don't think the intent of the committee, to in any way negatively impact the lottery funds that go to the cities, towns, and counties. And it has been my estimation that this would cannibalize, that scratch tickets would cannibalize some of the lottery sales. Although the lotto people say, no, I can't think but help if you have $20 to spend on the lottery this week, that you won't buy $10 in lotto tickets and $10 in scratch tickets. So that's a concern of mine about this, using this way to fund the Office of Outdoor Recreation. We have, somebody came up with brilliantly this scratch ticket information from our last meeting, but I don't really see where it gives a number for us for standing that up. I thought it was in the $300,000 to $400,000 range, I thought. Oh, initial setup. Lead time, number of games. Okay. So Representative Sweeney, would you decipher that for me? Thank you.
Vice Chairman, so what they estimated, I believe, if I'm reading it right, was there's quite a bit on setting up the vendor, the printing vendor. They estimated on the printing, the way I read it, was 1.4 million. Lottery overhead, 1.6 retailer commission. They have quite a bit broken out. Annual net annual revenue about 652,000. But the costs are, and they estimated, I'm not sure how they came up with this, but annual revenue gross was about 23 million. But by the time you stand it totally up. So just to answer the senator's question.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Any other questions or comments on this? So I think what we will do is go through the bill. Oh, public comment. Do you have any public comment? Please join us.
Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Kusik. I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming Pathways, and we work on everything human-powered, alternative transportation in communities, safe pathways to schools and recreational trails. We've had a survey active since last fall, and I've mentioned this before, but to couple that with some other data just to show you the demand that's out there for what we're talking about today, we've had roughly $100 million in projects requested through our survey from over 40 communities. And now, knowing that paved surface trails can be about $1 million a mile based on how they're constructed, and that single track or recreational soft surface trail can be $12 to $20 a linear foot, roughly $65,000 a mile at the high end. It doesn't take long to spend that. I would share that currently we, as an organization, are organizing projects, as Jeremiah mentioned, here in Thermopolis. Thermopolis has seen a great boom in visitors with, quote, bike racks on the car. Chamber of Commerce, other folks are saying parking lots are full that haven't been full before. We're seeing a new user come to town to spend money. And the group I work with and the trail builders that I partner with estimate we could easily build 15 to 20 more miles of trail on public lands and turn this into a destination area for one more unique economic contributor to this local part of the state. We're also building in Pole Mountain, as was referenced, outside of Laramie. You can now ride your bike from Laramie to Happy Jack and eventually Vitavoo without any pavement. You can trail run that, and that's a real difference maker for where you park your car. So if you're visiting from out of state, you don't park the trailhead anymore. You can park right in Laramie and pedal away and come back and have your meal and drink a beer and spend the night in Laramie. We estimate easily 15 to 25 more miles could be built on the Pole Mountain system. At JBR, where I live in Lander, we're approved for 40 miles more of trail. We're applying for one of those outdoor rec grants that Director Glenn talked about to build 9 of that next year. When we start building trails, as Director Glenn mentioned in, I think a couple meetings ago in reference today with dispersing traffic, we're typically in the business of building 1 to 3 miles per project. That really doesn't give you a lot of room to disperse. It just crowds the parking lot more. and then more people want to come and see it. When we can build 9, 10, 20 miles, people get out there, you don't see anyone. There's no trail conflict. It creates a much better user experience. And that's what we're starting to see. And I should have mentioned right up front, thank you very much for those funds being shared with Outdoor Rec Office. We're very excited and hopeful for some of these grants we're applying for. I would lastly state that through our active transportation survey and these folks who are asking for paved surface in town, safe pathways to schools projects, they are coming from literally all over the state. My favorite project is Dayton to Ranchester off the highway, 7 miles of paved surface so they can go back and forth to each other's communities. These are projects that would never come up without this survey. A woman in Saratoga said, I don't know what it would cost, but I just want a way for my kids to get to school safe on their bikes. We put together a 60-page best practices report that I'm happy to share with you. We shared it with the Judiciary Committee. We'll hopefully be talking to that committee in September about ways to make sure our kids and folks who want to get about town on bicycles and on foot have a safe route to travel, and one that is gets them where they want to go without necessarily having to be in a car. So there's great demand for this. We're very grateful at Pathways that you're taking this up. All the discussion is just music to my ears, and we stand ready to work and build and connect and coordinate on these projects. And we're happy to do it for all the towns we're in, and we look forward to doing more. In any way we can help, we're happy to help this committee as well.
Great, thank you. Questions?
Just a quick one, then.
Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Question, and it was that your leadoff sentence that your organization is anything that's powered by human beings. But increasingly, we're seeing, at least in my neighborhood, more kids scooting around town on electric scooters, and then more e-bikes. And so I'm just kind of curious about your organization and how you are, what kind of conversations you're having about more utilization of those types of modes of transportation.
Boy, that's a hot issue. Madam Chairman, Senator Ellis, Chairman Ellis, it's, public lands right now, it's up to the land manager. And so we're seeing most of our land managers say no. Wyoming Pathways personally, as an organization, I feel like we look at what's happening in Teton County, it's a great success, but there's pathways built for that. And that's the difference. I mean, Teton County's, a dream come true. You don't need a car in Teton County. You can get all the way up to the village, all the way up to the airport, and people are using e-bikes. I think we're going to have a lot more study on the electric scooters and electric e-bikes. There's a physician I know in town in Lander who got an electric skateboard and he just cruises right down the middle of all these streets on the way to the clinic each day with his helmet on. And I'm just like, good grief, this is where we are. People going to work on these things, 3 or 4 miles. We're not up to speed on that enough. That's that fine line on human powered for sure. It's got a motor in it, and that's where the mountain bike community is too on electric mountain bikes. But we'd sure be happy to do some looking at best practices for that, however the states have managed it, because it's like tourism, it's coming. It's every age kid is using one, adults are using them, it seems like. E-bikes, I'm a big fan personally of e-bikes, but we aren't in a situation right now to comment on best ways to manage that without doing some more study.
Other questions, comments? Okay, thank you so much for your comment. Kristen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kristen Gunther from the Wyoming Outdoor Council. And I just wanted to make a few comments today. Our interest in this bill is mainly to support meaningful, dedicated, permanent funding to support outdoor recreation in Wyoming, especially where I'm planning education and infrastructure. I thought that the language that Deputy Director Glenn used earlier around education, dispersion, and concentration was really meaningful and connects very much to what we're hearing from our members. And what we're thinking about in terms of the need for a dedicated funding mechanism to support outdoor recreation projects and planning. We are neutral on the mechanism itself. I know there's very important questions around the lottery that need to be answered by this committee, and that's really important deliberation, certainly. But what I wanted to emphasize today was our support for proactive approaches to managing for outdoor recreation. We all know, certainly this committee has repeatedly discussed the very impressive visitation statistics that we are seeing, especially over the last couple of years, with people coming to Wyoming more and more to recreate on our state lands, on our federal public lands in Wyoming. And certainly the stats are impressive, but I also think that probably all of us individually know, just anecdotally, talking to people, how we're seeing some of this play out in terms of people's favorite hiking spots or bird watching areas or fishing holes, where there's just more pressure. And we just don't see that changing anytime soon. I think it's worth emphasizing that social media seems to play a really big role here. And you could look at some of the big banner stories of where increased attention on social media has driven just huge booms in visitation. Places like Delta Lake in the Tetons, and even in Fremont County. One of our staffers, who's a very avid fly fisherman, mentioned to me last year, there was a video that went out on YouTube that got about 70,000 views, and it highlighted a few kind of backyard fishing spots in Lander, places like Red Canyon, places on the Sweetwater, not trophy waters that people are really, seeing in magazines anywhere, just our backyard fishing spots. And then a year later, how much more pressure there is there. So, with the impact of social media driving people to places like Kirk Gowdy, Vidavoo, Sinks Canyon, I think we're going to see more and more that people are going to come. And so that's a great benefit for our small town economies and our travel and tourism industries. But we sort of as a conservation organization are very focused on the fact that with more visitation comes more impact. And without adequate management to disperse people or to place them in the places where we'd like to see people go, we run more risks of incidents like the one mentioned earlier around elk parturition areas, mountain bikers disturbing wildlife, user-created trails. There are certainly safety concerns too. I remember that came up with Delta Lake, that if you have a user-created trail or a trail that's not marked well and people trying to find their way out there, that's certainly a safety concern as well. And so planning and management to figure out where to concentrate impacts, how to just disperse people versus concentrate them, keep them out of those sensitive areas, manage trails well, do good planning, that's going to require resources. So we just wanted to rise today and offer our support for looking for these kinds of permanent dedicated mechanisms to support that good work. And on just a final note, just personally taking my WAC hat off for a second, I also just wanted to make a comment as a mom. I have a little boy who turned 1 year old on Friday. So for the last year, I've spent a lot of time walking around town with him in a carrier or a stroller. And it was a really good front and center lesson on the importance of investing in sidewalks, pathways, and walkable places. It's such a really valuable part of our quality of life in our towns. So certainly the Outdoor Council also endorses that, but just on a personal level, thank you for your attention to safe streets and pathways through our towns. And with that, I will sit for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? No. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Gunther. Other public comment?
Hello, committee members. My name is Steph Kessler and I live in Lander, and I'm testifying as just a member of the public here. I do come out of the outdoor recreation community. I came to Wyoming in the 70s as a wilderness guide. My husband was executive director of the National Outdoor Leadership School for 25 years. And I regret to say my recent college grad has spent all his summer rock climbing instead of looking for a job. I just want to amplify what you've already heard, but maybe to put it in some basic Wyoming terms. The outdoor recreation boom is here already. May not be in every town, but it's here. And we have a choice still to either put ourselves in the driver's seat of this boom and guide it for our Wyoming ways, or we can be run over by it. I've seen and experienced those places where it's already run over and you can't get it back. And we need to have a well-staffed professional agency that actually is here to help communities manage, to address problems, to monitor and to help guide and manage this boom to the benefit of ourselves and our communities and our kids. And we need sustainable funding to do that. We just can't throw out grant programs. I like the trails work and I certainly support the safe schools, but we need professionals that are there that have expertise that can be there for communities to call upon day after day. So I'm here to just support finding ways to establish those sustainable funding mechanisms to ensure that we're putting Wyoming in the driver's seat of this boom and we're making it work for us in the best way possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. Just a question, and again, it's probably just an opinion, but after seeing some of the different states and some of the ways that they're funding their outdoor rec, what do you think about the voters of Wyoming? Would it be better just to put it on as a constitutional amendment, try to go that route, or to take a look at something via the legislation that would be better for funding?
Ms. Kessler.
Boy, that's a tough question. And I've studied a lot of the research that Jeremiah presented as well. We have to find what works for our state. I think it's a big problem. And I think you're starting to look at it, but there's probably many silver BBs that we need to pull together, and that there may not be any one silver bullet. And that we may need a number of tools in the toolbox to provide that funding.
Do you have a follow-up or? Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Kessler. Any other public comment? Okay, let's move to this bill. Deputy Director Glenn, if you would like to rejoin us. So what's the pleasure of the committee? Move the bill. Moved by Senator Ellis, seconded by Representative Sweeney to move the bill. So going forward, I guess, would you like to go through the bill or have Luke go through it? Jeremiah, if you would like to join the happy group. Yeah, I think we went through some of it, but I think we need to then take into consideration possibly the suggestions from the County Commissioners Association. So I guess I might like to have a discussion within the committee as to the creation of scratch tickets and the funding of the stand-up of that particular program with lottery. I wish someone was here from lottery, but I don't see anyone. And how that would be paid for. If that would be taken out of the reserve account of the lottery, if they would have to, how that funding mechanism would work, because that's a concern or should be a concern of ours. And the other piece is how we make sure that the counties and cities stay whole with the lottery funds. And also on page 2, line 12 and 13, in support of outdoor recreation areas and facilities, does this get to the point that we want the outdoor recreation office to have these funds for their administration of these recreation areas and facilities? Are my questions. To the group as a whole. Or the other comment is, do we need to put this aside for today and really dig deeper into how this functions? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. So I think one of the things that, sorry, I've got a lot of things bouncing in my brain, so I'm just going to dump a little bit of that out. Okay, first off, I love the fact that what we celebrate, we get. So if it's a situation we want outdoor recreation to be the culture of our state, which we do, then we need to start going in that direction. I think we all agree on that. Safe schools, safe pathways to schools. We all agree on that. This is a need. So as we celebrate this, I mean, if we all look around, what are we seeing more and more and more? We're seeing more and more kids playing on electronic devices. Let's get them on the bicycles. They're in the basement, not out on the trails. Let's get them out there. Let's get that culture. So I love that. With that being stated, that's the need. The funding model, obviously, is the $1 million question, or maybe a multi-million-dollar question. But one of the things I think we need to be careful of is as we look at the scratch off ticket option, this is adding another avenue or another venue for this state to dump money into something I don't know is exactly beneficial. We're kind of, are we hurting our culture in one way to help it in another? And as we look at this, as a pastor, I have the opportunity to see probably the dysfunction of this industry, so I'm jaded in an aspect. And I heard someone told me after the last meeting, well, it's only small increments. Well, one day I decided I was going to start building a house. I did a lot of work beforehand to make that reality, but what did I do? One day at a time, I built a house. I ended up building a 3,800 square foot home, me and one other individual. How do we do that? One day at a time, small increments. Small increments still add up to large amounts of money. And it's a situation, is this small? Absolutely. Is it going to be small amounts of money? Absolutely. But the individual that after work every single day goes and does that $20, what does that add up? It ends up that they're in my office looking for rent. And so is this the answer moving forward? I believe it isn't. I believe there are answers. We need to find those answers, because I believe that the culture that we're looking for needs to be in improving this infrastructure. But it's a situation we're hearing that, could this hurt our counties? Yeah, it could potentially hurt our counties. Is this watering a system down? Absolutely, it's watering a system down. I believe that there are ways that we can do this, but I don't know if scratch off tickets are the answer because of the startup funds, because of what it's actually going to mean in the long term for our culture and for our industry, and also for the constituents that every one of us represent that have the opportunity to walk into their convenience stores, walk into these facilities, and have another area that I guess that they can go and spend money on something that in the end is a hope and a dream almost. So I don't know. I'm again, sorry, I kind of dumped on that, didn't fully answer your question. But I think that every time I look at this, I find more problems than solutions. So then maybe in my brain, I don't view it as the solution to the ultimate problem, which is funding our trails program.
Any other comments? Chairman Flitner.
Madam Chairman, thank you. And I would agree with most of what you've said. I think, I don't think this is ready yet. And I think we would be better advised to find another source. I don't think scratch tickets will go over well. And again, I just don't think it really would get us to where we want to be. So personally, I would rather we keep looking.
Go ahead. Oh, Senator Grew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Co-chair. Thank you, Representative Haroldson, for the dump. I was dumping in the same direction, so I'm glad you got to go first. A lot's been talked about my county today, and yes, when I started on the city council, we didn't have a mile of pathway back in 1988, and today we have quite a bit, and it's amazing. I myself, as I was telling Senator Landon last night at dinner, have purchased a bike and I'm now using it, my new knee on my pathway, and it's terrific. But as Ms. Kessler said, and it was mentioned by others, it comes at a cost to build and then a cost to manage, and we are getting overrun. Believe me, thank you very much, Representative Banks, but a lot of folks in my communities have said enough of tourism, enough of all this, and we've built so much. I say to them, 50 years ago plus, we decided as a community to become a world-class destination resort. Well, maybe we overshot it a little bit, but you know what? 50 years ago, we gave it our best shot, and it worked beyond our wildest imaginations. So my message to you is, I agree with what's been said. I don't think this is the vehicle either. I have philosophical reasons with the lottery, but I'll leave that aside. But the bottom line message is, you're not thinking big enough. You're not thinking near big enough. And when I say that, I don't mean to scare my friend, Mr. Jennings over there and say that I'm looking for some big government solution, because I know you don't need to worry about that, because I don't either. I don't think it's necessary. I think that we can work this off budget. We can work this off our general fund without it, in other words, and work within ourselves to have what we want to have and what this community should learn from the mistakes that sometimes we make in my own home community, and look at ways to manage, as was mentioned in testimony, but also in a way to make it an economic driver and make it something that helps us with the bottom line goals of health, safety, and welfare, which is at the top of the list for a lot of you, I know, but also as an economic driver, which is kind of where I like to look at it as well. But those are the things we go, and I definitely do have some ideas on the subject. And I know money's been put forward right now that we have pots available, and I think we should look at that. But I do agree that we need a long-term funding solution, and I think we've got some ideas on that we are currently generating that we could do. So yeah, I too don't think this is quite ready for prime time, but think bigger. That would be my message to you. Thank you, man.
Chairman Flintner.
I just have a question for Senator Guru. When you talk about Teton County, when that began so many years ago, when it was just a cow town, which I miss those days, by the way, but how did they first begin those trail systems? And was it just local folks coming together and stepping into the plow, or where did the funds come initially when all of that began?
Madam Chair.
Senator.
It was Representative Flannery. It was a combination. The biggest one was we were experiencing a growth in subdivisions and lots at the time, and so there were impact fees for developers. One of the first pathways was out of Teton Pines. It didn't connect to anything. It was just, we said, you have to do this, and they put a pathway out in front of the golf course. And then it wasn't 20 years later that we actually hooked it up to everything, but then just one development at a time, as a Representative Harrison said about his house, just kind of one development at a time, and then added funds to it. We hired a pathways coordinator. A lot of you know him. And as I told him when we hired him, it's like, you just keep laying down asphalt and have us politicians kissing babies and cutting ribbons, and you'll be just fine. So, and that's kind of the way we did it. And so, and over the years, now we have a system that is truly remarkable. And I see it in this community. I see it all over the state. We've talked about those places. And like I say, I see a time, and it's not just bicycles, it's ATVs in the southwest corner of the state. It's all part of the bigger picture. That's why I say, think bigger. And let's work on this. And I see it as a real revenue stream for the future of the state. So, but that's how we did it. Just every opportunity we could take, whether it was development fees, whether it was general fund appropriations, and tax, optional 1% sales tax money for pathways, all were employed at different times.
Other comments, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. So I certainly appreciate the views, but if not this, then what? And I haven't heard that solution. We just went through the lodging tax a few years ago because it was deemed to get tourism off the general fund. Just as game and fish, just as highways. And so I think yes, we should think big, but if we don't start someplace, then I just don't see another funding mechanism out there to at least start with. And there's bad decisions people make every day. Will this be another one? My analogy for one day at a time is I'm an alcoholic. And so I do live one day at a time, sober, after 34 years. And this, to me, does have some merit, and I'm ready to work on this and move it forward. So that's my 2 cents. But if we want to do a straw vote on, do we move this forward? Do we take the time, or do we just table it? So that's up to the chairs.
Other comments? Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. My issue has always been with consistency. I don't think this is the mechanism to raise an incredible amount of funds. Number one, it will cannibalize other lottery sales. And I wasn't around when the state decided to go forward with gaming, but it seems like we continue to want to hold ourselves back from gaming, but then take one more step. and that's continuous. And so I leave it to the revenue committee to work on gaming once and for all. Either we do it or we don't, but I don't like the tiptoeing into different revenue sources that we then want to take a step back from.
Other comments, questions? Oh, Senator Landon.
Madam Vice Chairman, just really appreciate the comments from all of my colleagues on the committee, especially those from Teton County and our senator who serves on the Appropriations Committee. I do think that there are probably some areas that we could look at for funding this sort of thing. I'm struck by the 2 weeks that we went back to work at the end of August. We all enjoyed a summer, and now we're back to work. And last week I was in Rock Springs with Jeremiah and Sandra and several others, talking about, we were kind of in a parallel universe to this one. It was all about, what are we going to do to embrace all the people that want to come and visit our beautiful state? They're coming, and Ms. Kessler is exactly right. They're already here. And so we've been presented with a problem. And part of what we added up to do this job for is to solve problems. The problem is this almost creates a problem to try to start solving another problem. And that's the reason that I'm really cautious about this bill. I've supported other gambling initiatives and the lottery because my constituents wanted that. But I'm just hesitant to go another step. Great thoughts just shared on that front. So I guess what I would say to this committee, and I'm challenging myself as chairman of that other committee, we've got to do better, and we've got to think a little more globally, everyone. I get it. We all have campaigned in some way or another that we don't want to go down there and spend your tax dollars on a bunch of things. We're not going to raise your tax. I get that. But somehow we have to address this outdoor issue. It is different, and it's all because there are more and more human beings arriving on this planet, and a whole bunch of them are coming to Wyoming. It's really true. And that's the problem. There's a little piece of me that says you got to start somewhere, but I just don't think this is quite the one to do that. Maybe it takes, Madam Chairman, a cooperative effort beyond just one committee. Somehow we've got to share with our colleagues when we go to work this winter that we've got a legitimate policy challenge. And that's why I hope we can carry that forward. I really commend our trails folks for getting this to this level. I mean, the fact that we're at least beginning to recognize, you know what, we've got something here. That's a good thing. I just don't think this is maybe the thing. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I can't help but giggle a little bit. If we're worried about gambling in Wyoming, we got 99 problems. Scratch tickets ain't one of them. I just see massive casinos popping up in my community. I don't know that that's what we ever signed up for. I don't know if we're really looking at that as a legislature and the kind of revenue that produces. It seems to be significant. But I think, if anybody wants to keep this on, certainly we can hold it back. We don't need to take action on it. If there are leaders that want to keep pushing this idea, I think, that certainly can happen for our next meeting, but we don't necessarily have to vote up or down on this. We can just push it on the next meeting if somebody wants to keep working on it. And if not, that's fine too.
So what I'm hearing is that we are not so enamored with scratch tickets. We do want to have a revenue source for the Office of Outdoor Recreation, but we need to find that money elsewhere. And so what I'm going to suggest is that we move this to the next meeting. We move the idea to the next meeting, maybe not this bill to the next meeting, and try to find that funding source that is sustainable and palatable to the committee.
Madam Co-Chair? I think if it's okay with the committee, if anyone wants to volunteer to kind of be the leader in this space, that we give them the latitude to work with LSO to bring us another bill draft for that next meeting. And just would be curious who wants to take this on in a significant way and get us some ideas and maybe 1 or 2 bill drafts if possible.
Okay, I would do that.
Okay.
If there's anybody else that wants to join me. And Senator Guru and
I'll jump in on that.
and Representative Haroldson, and we'll get with the state parks folks and with the trails with Jeremiah and his good work that he did. And we will try to come up with something that is sustainable and palatable to the group. We do have a motion on the floor.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Representative Sweeney, would you withdraw your second?
I withdrew my motion.
Actually, no.
Okay. Then we will go to a vote.
We vote it down instead of pulling it off to work on it more for the next meeting.
You're gambling me.
No pressure. No pressure whatsoever.
Let's do something. We can do better. We can do something better.
I'll withdraw.
Okay, the motion's been withdrawn and the second's been withdrawn, so we will move this to the next meeting. And it may or may not look like this bill at all. Yes, Senator Landon.
With just a little latitude, a couple of more thoughts regarding what we've been talking about this afternoon. That the other committee that I referenced is going to spend some time over these fall months to examine rights of way. We're going to be talking about what we allow in the rights of way of our roads out there and whether or not we jeopardize the constitutionality, for example, of allowing a communication company in there, but not allowing a trail. We want to clear the path to make sure that we can put a path in a right of way somewhere. So we'll be working on that front. We're also, I'm hopeful that we can pass the initiative that's been brought forward by the southwest part of our state, which is some off-road trails for motorized vehicles. I think that's as important as the conversation we're having today. So I wanted to just make sure that everyone knew that that work's going on by the other committee and will be coming to us this winter sometime. And so thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Flintner.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I appreciate the good chairman of transportation, if I can mention that committee, and the good work that you're doing, because I see trails that have been created along Highway 14 just by ATV use, just by people walking. They have developed trails, and I'm sure people have no idea that they are breaking the law. So I'm glad that you all are looking at this. And also I would say that when I began my foray into the legislature 6 years ago, we had this conversation. with, the outdoor rec office at the time as it had just begun and trying to find funding source. And in the 6 years that we've been kicking this around and trying to find that, what I have also exhibited at the local level are people in communities, at least I can speak specifically to the Bighorn Basin, people in all of our communities from Thermopolis to Franny and Deaver who have connected to develop pathways and trails. And what I have seen is that private partnership too, that is working in conjunction with our public. And I think that's helpful as a policymaker when you see the grassroots work that's being done. And so I guess I just wanted to say that there's been a lot of work that's been done in the 6 years that I've been involved with this. And I think we're really close to finding some solutions.
Thank you. So we will move that to our next meeting, and then we have one more bill to take on. It's the Active Transportation and Recreation Grant Program. If Sandra would join us, I don't know, Lucas, if you want to stay. And Dave, if you want to stay. So this is a bill that we looked at last meeting, and to provide a grant program, 90% of that grant authority would go to YDOT, and 10% of that grant authority would go to the Office of Outdoor Recreation. Lucas, will you take us through this bill?
Yes, this bill is 23 LSO 0139. It is the Active Transportation and Recreation Grant Program. The first section of this bill, as this is all non-codified, is the appropriation. Based on discussion from the last committee meeting, I have left it as X $1 million for the committee discussion. If for what you'd like to be in there with the appropriation, if you would so move forward with that. And this is for the period beginning with the effective date of this act, which is July 1st of 2023, and it would end in the next round of 2025. And as Representative Vice Chair Newsom has described, yes, 90% of the amounts appropriated under this section shall be appropriated to the Wyoming Department of Transportation. They can't use more than 7% of the amount available under the subsection for administrative expenses. And it is primarily to provide grants that can be available to any agency, instrumentality, or political subdivision of the state.
I just have one question. What is an instrumentality?
Yes.
What is that?
Representative, so an instrumentality would just be, any political, I think through an agency, if they were going to have any method through which they would potentially go and try and, do these kind of things. I think it would be trust accounts or things of that nature. The trust boards, I believe.
Okay. All right, carrying on.
And so the other requirements for the grant is, for these grants would be that they require at least a 20% match from the applicant. And then there are specific eligible projects that can be used, such as shared use pathways or greenways, pedestrian and bicycle routes to schools, bicycle path networks on existing roads, sidewalk and crosswalk networks, projects to develop a walkable Main Street corridor, or active transportation plans that increase transportation by walking or bicycling. And then the second part of this, yes, is the 10% of the amount appropriated would be to the Wyoming Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources. Again, they're limited to use up to 7% for administrative expenses to administer the grant program. And very similarly to the grant programs under that would go through the Wyoming Department of Transportation. It would be administered in the same manner as the current Wyoming Recreational Trails Program. And then the grants have to be available to any agency. They require a 20% match from the applicant. And these ones can only be eligible for projects that include non-motorized natural surface trails, including primarily trails for hiking, horse riding, or mountain biking, and then planning for active recreation projects that encourage increased hiking, biking, or horse riding. And as I mentioned before, this act is effective on July 1st, 2023. And so I think that's the bill. I stand for any questions.
I have a couple things on page 4. under the line 9 and 10, the current Wyoming Recreation Trails Program apparently has a fair amount of federal regulation that might dissuade people from applying for these grants or be difficult to administer. So I'm going to suggest that we change that to the Outdoor Rec Grant Program, that that's how these are administered. And then a question to the committee possibly is on page 4, on lines 13 and 14, the grants would be available to any agency or political subdivision, but would non-government organizations, would we want to include non-government organizations such as, I don't know, an example, Dave?
Wyoming Pathways.
Yeah, so would somebody like Wyoming Pathways be eligible to apply for these funds and with the match? And would we want that as part of this? So I would make that suggestion that we add non-government organizations. Would YDOT want that same latitude or not?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. How we typically do the Transportation Alternatives Program includes a county sponsor of some sort, county or municipality sponsor. So it could be in addition to a non-governmental organization. But our thinking is that to maintain those pathways over time, it typically takes the city county buy-in and agreements to do so.
So you would want to leave
I would want to leave it.
as it is. Thank you. Representative Bank.
Vice Chair, thank you. And just a question, you could probably address this from YDOT. Is YDOT the appropriate place for this? Say if we're establishing, say if my community wants to establish a bike trail that really is nowhere near anything that YDOT currently does, that may be better suited under Wyoming Outdoor Rec or Wyoming State Parks or something. I mean, I'm just curious if that's the right fit. This all goes through the YDOT office.
Ms. Anderson.
Madam Vice Chair and Representative Banks. The TAP program is the mechanism through which YDOT does do separated bike pathways throughout communities and greenways. It is typically in urban areas versus the interconnected areas between two communities. It would depend on the surface of the trail. So if you wanted a paved surface trail that would be transportation alternatives. If it was a natural surface trail, more recreational versus active transportation, if you will, then that would be state parks. Office of Outdoor Recreation. Did that answer your question?
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Public comment? Oh, yeah, sorry. Deputy Director Glenn.
Madam Chair, must be my hearing aid. Madam Chair, I just want to clarify a little something that Sandra said there. While YDOT does have those, we still fund those through the RTP program as well. So it's in addition to what they do with the TAPS program. So we do fund through federal dollars, for instance, trying to connect to Edna's Cay Wilkins State Park from the city of Casper. I know there's an application in recently on something like that. So I think it works both ways through YDOT as well as state parks. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Then we'll go to public comment. Just to grant. Any other public comment? Anybody online to comment? Okay. So what's the committee's pleasure with this bill? Moved by Flintner, seconded by Landon. So let's walk through the bill, I guess. So any changes on page 1, other than we probably need to decide what XX means as far as funding. Any comments on that, Representative Flintner?
Madam Chairman, I would defer to my good friend from Teton County. He knows high dollar amounts better than I. I know that if you really want to sell a horse for a lot of money, you better shoot high, because if you're marking too low, nobody's going to want to buy him. They're going to think he's cheap or there's something wrong with him. So what do you think would be a good dollar amount, you good member of the Appropriations Committee?
Senator Guru, you've been called out.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Madam Chair. I don't really know, because what I'm trying to figure out here about this whole bill is we've got a number of programs out there already. And I would be remiss when I was answering your question earlier. We never would have built a pathway if it had been for YDOT. Thank you. And the Forest Service and all the other agencies that helped us along the way in various parts, along with private developers and everything else. So sorry, I missed you there. But I get back to the question is, we have funds available now. We have federal funds out there. We have a myriad of different pots. And so I'm trying to figure in this bill, are we trying to bring all that together under one umbrella? Is that the intent of this bill, the bringer of this bill? I know this is a committee bill, so I'm just trying to figure out what it is that our intent is. Or are we trying to just cut something out of whole cloth?
Representative Sweeney.
The original bill, I think, was geared towards ARPA funds, and the number was 40 million. So, but I don't know what the correct number is.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can someone help me? I guess I just want to get this straight. Is this a new appropriation, or is this simply a reallocation of existing funds?
It's my understanding that it's new. Senator Landon.
Madam Chairman,
Sandra might have the
I was
answer.
just going to use your name, not in vain, and suggest that you might have an idea of the question regarding some other pots of money. Certainly there are. Part of the infrastructure package that's coming from Congress over the next 5 years, there are certain pieces of that that allow for things like broadband and pathways and whatever. I think this would be a specific, the way I read the bill, a specific commitment by the Wyoming legislature that this is important enough that we want to bolster whatever else is going on. And we create this fund so that we can move on. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Ms. Anderson, do you have other comment?
Thank you. Our Senator Guru. The TAP program is currently, and it just was increased with some of the EDGE dollars from, I believe, 4 million to 6 million, to provide some context. And then the unfunded need, the request that we get is in the $30 million range. So I think maybe this, I don't want to speak for the committee or the intentions of the bill, but it sounds like maybe that might have been part of the intent.
I believe that's accurate, and thank you for your help with that. So back to what is XX? 40. 40.
You're the one with the horse.
Too low. Is that like an amendment?
Ask the horse trader.
Yeah, there you
So I hear 40 is, does somebody want to make an amendment to that?
So
Okay.
Second.
Chairman Flintner moved and Representative Banks seconded for 40 million. All those in favor, or do we need a? Oh, questions, comments?
Regarding the amendment, Madam Chairman, I think the committee knows that whatever this is, it's a placeholder, and it'll simply go forward, and that figure is going to be changed several times through the process. But I think it states the intention of this committee to put some importance on it for our friends on appropriations and for all of our colleagues. So to me, the amount really doesn't matter that greatly. 40 might get you 20 or 20 might get you 10, you know, but I think I think it expresses our intent. And so I'm going to support whatever figure Chairman
Senator
her
Grimm.
amendment said.
And just to amplify it, my good friend Senator Landon's remark, I think that when I say that, when 40, 50 means same, it's just a placeholder. And when I look at it, I think about ARPA dollars that have not yet been allocated, and that's a big number, frankly. Not as big as it was last year, but it's still a pretty good sized number. Also future dollars that may be out there that may be available for such things that we could look at in a biannualized number. And then the contributions, like we've talked about, that there are some other maybe local options. So when I think of that number, those are the things that I'm thinking about. Not two will be a yes.
So we have an amendment to put $40 million into that line 11, page 1. Do we roll call? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, that passes. Page 2, any changes in page 2? Okay, Representative Banks.
Madam Vice Chair, just a question you had asked about like NGOs on page 4, lines 13 and 14. Should that also be replicated on page 2, lines 20 and 21?
YDOT indicated no.
No, okay.
Or that they had a way to do that. Changes on page 3. Changes on page 4. Senator Landon.
I would propose an amendment to strike the word non-motorized on paragraph A, line 1, and just begin that with the capitalized N on natural. Strike the
Where
words
are you?
non-motorized.
Which page?
Page 4.
4.
Page 5, I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go back to
Top of
page 4
5.
because I have a couple of things on page 4. So on page 4, I would like to change line 10, delete the Wyoming Recreation Trails Program and put in the Outdoor Recreation Grant Program.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Delete on page 9, delete Wyoming. On page 10, delete recreation, on line 10, I'm sorry, Recreational Trails Program, and add in Outdoor Recreation Grant Program in the place of that.
Outdoor Recreation Grant Program.
And then on line 14, to add non-government organizations as to be available to any agency, instrumentality, political subdivision, or non-government organization.
Can I ask that amendment be divided?
Sure. So let's go with the first piece of that to change the Wyoming Recreation Trails Program to the Outdoor Rec Grant Program. Is there a second? Chairman Flintner seconded.
Question.
Question, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, that passes. And then the second piece of that is to make available the grants to non-government organizations. And Representative Banks seconded that. So all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, let's do a raise of hands. So all those in favor say aye or raise your hand. And the noes. Okay, that fails.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator Groove.
just to explain my no vote, I still think it's open to NGOs, but through government organizations. And that was the basis of my no vote.
Deputy Director Glenn, do you have commentary?
Just to clarify, through the outdoor recreation grant program, we do, and I don't know how this will affect any decisions, but we do require a letter of support from the local communities, elected leaders, before we would grant out the funds of a project. So if say Johnny Behind the Rocks, they're trying to expand the trail, we would expect the county commission to send a letter of support, or we wouldn't consider it. So I just wanted to share that information.
Senator Grew.
A question then, a letter of support is one thing, having them on the hook if something goes wrong, or in the more probable case, later on when the trail needs to be fixed or needs to be, then where do we go then? Because it will fall back to the government to do that. Or does it contemplated that it just automatically falls back to the NGO? So I'm trying to.
Madam Chairman, Senator Giroux, it kind of depends on where the trail is built. You know, the majority of these natural service trails are on federal lands. So the feds are usually on the hook. They can apply for RTP grants to maintain and work on those trails. It's a smaller amount, obviously, than what you all are talking about. But also, you're right. There is a chance that the NGO could fail, could suffer, and leave, and the feds don't have the ability to maintain that trail.
All right, so moving on, that amendment failed, that division of that amendment failed. Moving on to page 5. Senator Landon, did you
Madam
have
Vice
a?
Chair, I apologize. I really did think this was page 4. But now that we are to page 5.
I think you.
I apologize to the committee members, but my amendment would be to strike non-motorized.
Okay, it's been moved by Senator Landon, seconded, well, Senator Guru beat you to it, sorry. Senator Guru, and then I guess that would, because I had note on my copy that what do we do with e-bikes and what do we do with that sort of thing? So that might help.
So, Madam Vice Chair, so to pick up on where you're going, we may need to work this as it goes through the process even further, but that's exactly why I proposed this amendment, because 2 weeks ago, I was up in the Black Hills with 11 younger men at a bachelor get together. And several of them had these bikes that they are very capable. I mean, these are some of the best mountain bikers I've ever seen. They're going over boulders as big as the room here, but some of them have motors in them, even for that age group. So I'm all for those for my age group, but this is prevalent. I mean, these things are all the way down through. So it's not just for old people, you know, turning on the battery. It's these young mountain bikers that are going off the top of Lone Peak in Montana. So, yeah.
The questions have been called on this amendment to take non-motorized off of line 1 and letter A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No, I don't think it's fair.
Discriminating against old people.
That passes.
I think Jeremiah should not have a motor.
Any other changes on page 5? Okay, hearing none.
Just a comment on the bill.
Okay, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been thinking about this grant program and I'm not wild about it. I think my preference would be to see what the plan is for the state, get a price tag on it and figure out how to pay for what we want. But that said, that's not the bill we have before us. So I will support it today, but just kind of want to, as a placeholder, kind of make it known that I don't know that feeling will carry on indefinitely.
Any other comments before we vote? Okay, call for the vote.
Senator Guru,
Aye.
Senator Landon,
Aye.
Senator Salazar,
No.
Senator Schuler, Representative Banks,
Aye.
Representative Haroldson,
No.
Representative Jennings,
No.
Representative Knapp,
No.
Representative Newsom,
Aye.
Representative Sweeney,
Aye.
Representative Williams,
No.
Representative Winter,
No.
Co-Chairman Flitner,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Ellis.
Aye.
8 ayes.
So that passes. So we will carry forward. I'm sure there will be other adjustments to this bill as it goes forward. Thank you very much. I think that we are concluded. Oh, tonight, the Office of Tourism is having a reception over at the Hot Springs Hotel. And that would be nice if, well, we could join. I think it's 5:30 to 7, so we're already late, but that's expected, I guess. We've already been late. Okay, thank you so much to everybody that testified. Thank you so much to all of our agencies.
So we're back here in the morning.
We are back here in the
Can we
morning.
leave?